You're down the other end of the table. I think over to the side more.
Good morning. This is Sabrina Kemper in the city of Mills. Can you guys hear us? We're just testing our.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. My microphone wasn't working and the good secretary didn't step in to fix it all right away. Good morning, Madam Director. I believe we have a full quorum with the superintendent, the treasurer, the auditor, the secretary, and myself for the record. So how would you like to begin?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I would recommend that you first convene as the State Loan and Investment Board. And after doing so, the first item on the agenda is the Wyoming Business Council. I believe Mr. Durrell and his staff have a couple of matters for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Madam Director. Josh, good to see you this morning in the Business Council. We've got screens all over the place. So if my head looks a little bit like a bobblehead, it's probably because I can't figure out which one to look at first. So.
Yep. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Director and Mr. Governor for and the rest of the board for hearing one project today. It is from the city of Mills. It's a riverfront community development and readiness project. And to present that, I have a number of members from my staff, Julie Kozlowski, Noel Reed, John Wendling, and Kim Reitmer are all here who have worked on the project and have prepared the meeting information as well as the briefings and can tell you more about that project and the Business Ready Communities program and its funding right now. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Julie Kozlowski.
Good morning, Julie. Are you
Good morning. I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Actually, I would take one small step back and ask for the Slib's review and approval of the April 8th, 2021 minutes.
Thank you, Julie. I would entertain any corrections beforehand if there are any. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to pass the minutes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Julie.
Thank you. So this morning in the Business Ready Communities account, there is a balance of $34,076,118. The request before you today is for $1,919,502, which means if it's approved for funding, that we will be carrying just over $32,156,616 to the next fiscal year. So there are ample funds for your consideration this morning for the project from the city of Mills. And with that, I would ask Noel Reed to just give you a brief overview of some of the details of the project. And then we're happy to answer any questions you might have. We also have representatives from the city of Mills with us this morning that I know are anxious to answer any questions you have as well.
Thank you, Ms. Kozlowski. Sorry, Ms. Reed. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, members of the board. The city of Mills is requesting a 1.9 million BRC grant to prepare a 5-acre site for development. The city currently owns approximately 10 acres along the North Platte River, but they're just looking to develop 5 acres of that right now. The site is located directly south from the Mills City Hall on Southwest Wyoming Boulevard. The City Council and area residents desire to create a business retail destination which supports job creation, entrepreneurship, and economic development in Mills, while featuring outdoor spaces along the river, which brand the community as a great place to live and convene. Mills has already completed quite a few preparation steps for this project. They have demolished their old city shop building and purchased a new public workshop. They've done 200 tons of roto-mill spread along the area just to help with some of the muddy, swampy areas due to snow melt and rainfall. They've purchased some outdoor picnic tables to promote outdoor gatherings, and they have completed a geologic technical study in November of 2020 for this. The BRC grant dollars will be used to connect infrastructure such as water and sewer service and to install fiber optic cable. It also includes some riverbank stabilization and dirt fill to raise the area above the floodplain level to ensure that the site is suitable for development as a shovel-ready site. Once the site preparations are completed, the city will offer the site for sale, partial sale, or long-term lease to commercial and business developers through a competitive RFP process. This project will provide the city of Mills with a recognizable entrance and will lend to a downtown community atmosphere, a component that they're currently lacking in their primarily industrial city that they have. Other city efforts that they have done include a land swap to a local developer where the developer has plans to build 87 residential housing units. City leadership believes that this project will help them establish an economic development foundation to build on, and they are ready to leverage the asset of the river that they have and the view of Casper Mountain to build their future. The city of Mills will repay 33% of net proceeds from the sale of this project to the BRC fund. Then the city of Mills will first recapture the amount of its local match for the grant application and then pledges to deposit the remaining net proceeds into a segregated fund for future economic development projects. The city of Mills will provide a 10% cash match for this project from their 1 cent funds. The Business Council Board unanimously recommends this project to the Slib in the amount of $1,919,502. And as Julie said, there are several members of the community on that I'm sure would be happy to answer any questions. And we are also happy to answer any questions, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there any questions for the Business Council staff? Any questions? Hearing none. I think you mentioned there were some people from the town of Mills, and they seem to be approaching an anniversary. So I'd love to welcome whomever would like to speak, whoever would like to speak to the business or to the Slib board. Anyone from Mills?
Thank you, Mr. Governor and board members. This is Sabrina Kemper with the City of Mills. I'm the Community Development Director. I have with me Mayor Coleman, Representative O'Hearn, our city clerk, and various other ones you can't see off camera that are hiding. We only have so much room in our camera, but we appreciate your consideration on this grant application. We are happy to answer any questions that you have. And we definitely want to make sure you guys are invited to our anniversary, 100th anniversary next week. I know Auditor Racine sent a letter. You won't be able to make it, but Governor, we are excited to see you there and hope the rest of you are as well. But we will answer any questions you have for our riverfront project.
Well, thank you. Any questions for the town of Mills? Any questions? Hearing none, thank you. So what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of the grant to the town of Mills in the amount of $1,919,502.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations. And we will see you, I guess, Saturday. Looking forward to that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all. We really appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Director, anything more?
No, Mr. Governor, thank you very much. And thank you to the members of the board for approving this. I think it's going to be a great project, and we're really looking forward to the way that community rallies around it and begins to kind of change the look and feel as they are a city now. And it's pretty darn exciting to see this happening. So thank you all very much for your consideration and approval.
Well, thanks, Josh, to you and your board for analyzing this. I know the resources are very precious, and I know how hard you work through that. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
So with that, Madam Director, I think we move on to the next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is approval of the April 8th, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
Are there any comments on the April 8th minutes for the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the approval of the April 8th, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. She was just a little ahead of you, Mr. Secretary. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this point in time, but we would stand for any questions the board might have.
Are there any questions of Director Scoggin or any of the staff on the matters behind tab B? Hearing none, move on.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, we do not have a consent list for the board to approve today, so it's going to be a full day. So I would next point the board down to item C2, which is to consider the annual authorization and adoption of the drinking water state revolving fund intended use plan and comprehensive priority list. You may recall that the board's approval is required for the drinking water SRF, IUP, and priority list, but not for the clean water. And so that's what we are asking for under C2, is to approve the intended use plan and comprehensive priority list that is found in your board materials.
Thank you. Any questions? Questions? Hearing none. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that the board give final authorization and adopt the 2022 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan and the final comprehensive priority listing of eligible projects for the time period of June 3rd, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Thank you very much. And all in, I guess, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is C3, to consider adoption of emergency rules for Chapter 14 of the State Loan and Investment Board rules, fees for administrative services and interest rates, and also Chapter 38 of the board's rules that address capital construction loan program, and to consider authorizing the office to proceed with the regular rulemaking process for those chapters. You may recall that during the 2021 general session of the Wyoming legislature, House Enrolled Act number 71 created a new subsection in Wyoming statute 16-1-111 and authorized loans under the capital construction loan program for irrigation and water conservancy districts, so that they'll be able to utilize this program as well. In order to administer these loans, the board's rules must be amended to incorporate the legislative changes. Changes to Chapter 14 implement the new loan interest terms, and the change changes to Chapter 38 put in place the necessary administrative framework to award loans to irrigation and water conservation districts from this program. Additional changes to Chapter 14, since we're asking to reopen them, would clarify language related to the newly established tiered loan or tiered interest rates for the clean water and drinking water state revolving loan programs. Because we are aware of at least one project with some urgent time constraints, we're asking the board to go ahead and promulgate these changes as emergency rules. And then we would ask the board to then allow the office to kick off the regular rulemaking process related to these chapters. So the recommendation is that the board first find that emergency rules are necessary for the timely awarding of funding to urgent projects under the Capital Construction Loan Program. And if the board does make that finding, that they adopt the draft emergency rules for chapters 14 and 38, which are contained in your board materials, and that the board authorize the office to begin the regular rulemaking process, again, with those attached draft rules. I do have Beth Blackwell here with me to answer any questions you might have related to those proposed rule changes.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell, good to see you. One quick question, I guess, making a determination about an emergency is something that I think we should probably look at carefully. Do you have some information on the urgent nature?
The entity Director Scoggin spoke of would be Goshen Irrigation District. They had applied to our office for a the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan. And unfortunately, the type of project was not eligible under the SRF program. Therefore, they are without funding for that project. They had hoped to do that project this year. So that would be the entity that we are speaking of that we believe has imminent need to use this fund.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Any questions? Any questions? I note this is a project that's at least 2 years old. And so in your considered opinion, and I understand wanting to proceed to construction, but in your considered opinion, is it still an emergency?
Mr. Governor, I don't feel like I'm in a position to say it's an emergency. I think that's more of a question for the district. I believe that it's of urgency to them, but how urgent, I'm not sure. I just don't know the consequences to the district if they miss this season once the irrigation system is shut down for the fall. I don't know what the consequences are going forward for them into the next irrigation season.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I've got a fairly large photo album of some of the photos that some of the repair crew, while they were in there trying to repair some of the problems that they had with the so-called support girders that they put on the inside. And frankly, I'd be surprised if this thing goes through the season myself, just looking at what I saw there. I think that they did their best just to get it back to where they'd have water. But yeah, they've probably got a good 20% reduction in the amount of water that they can get. And so, and it just, yeah, they've got to get something done this summer, this fall. There's some other things that they were looking at. They've went out to and talked to the Elon Musk people who are doing their tunneling for different vehicle transportation modes and things. And that looks like that has some promise to it. And just do alternate tunnels completely rather than the supposed next fix that they were going to do was to inject a chemical which turned the sand into essentially a soft sandstone around the tunnel. But there's still going to be voids in that because of the first fix that they did, which was to pump some kind of a polymer in there to try to fix that. And so let's just say the situation is kind of fluid now. They're doing a study to find out whether or not the daylighting project could still be on the table. And they're also looking at this next project with twin tunnels. The new technology that's out there, it can be done on a timely basis. So that was, I think, really encouraging to the farmers there that they could employ that new technology.
Sure. And Mr. Treasurer, I'm very sympathetic to this. I guess my thought is the water's turned on. They did irrigate last year, albeit with a reduced flow. I recognize that. It will take some time to determine whether an open ditch, which I know some people really prefer to the tunnel situation, can be sort of considered and so on. And so really, I guess the question I was coming to is, does this, and Director, please correct me if I'm off base here, but I guess I'm wondering if a regular rulemaking is something that would be appropriate considering the fact that there are opportunities here. Now, I guess there's probably study funds that this can be used for some other things like that. But I also am mindful that, we have an infrastructure bill that may or may not get passed. I've certainly pushed incredibly hard with our delegation and others, including Janet Yellen, to say that's got to include irrigation projects. And so I guess part of this to me is if we do decide to find this an emergency and then proceed, I guess I would like to be able to make it contingent on the ability to have, in the event of an infrastructure bill, to have that as a clawback. And part of that, Mr. Treasurer, having been in your shoes and thinking about the performance of your portfolio, that obviously, we know that there's a need here, and that's what the legislature saw fit to do. But also mindful of the fact that is perhaps a very long-term commitment that'll be subpar.
Just depends on whether they have that zero rate, negative interest rate scenario and how long that occurs. But and that's a part of the bigger picture. I think we're going to need to get a constitutional amendment that puts a cap on public purpose investments. So that's a little bit off the mark. But the emergency rules, if not but for GID, there could be another irrigation district out there. I know several years ago when I was on the Water Development Select Committee, we had over $1 billion of structures that were 50 years or older on concrete, and so any of those can fail at any time. So it's we're looking at GID, but there's a lot of different facilities out there that could have catastrophic failure at any time.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to monopolize this. I know, Secretary, you have constituents in that neighborhood too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would just echo the comments of the good treasurer. The recommendation before us is to adopt these as emergency rules, knowing that we're going to go forward and make them permanent. And I can just tell you, everybody's holding their breath, hoping that things work out. Even this season, even next week. I've driven by there countless times, and I just think you pray, quite honestly, that it holds up and we don't have another issue. So I think in my opinion, it meets the definition of an emergency, because even though the water's flowing and there is a temporary fix there, everybody's aware that it could fail at any time. So I think an emergency still exists, even though there was a temporary remediation and we've got water flowing. So that's all I would say.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
And I want to state something and then maybe have staff correct me if I say this incorrectly. Today, the recommendation before us is not to determine whether the GID program is an emergency or not. It is simply to pass rules, and that project or any other project that were to apply under emergency rules will come back before this board, at which point we would need to scrutinize that individually. Is that an accurate, I mean, we're not making in this, again, in the recommendation, there's no determination about any individual project being an emergency or not, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that's correct. Our thought was to get some rules in place so that in the event there is a project, whether it's GID or anybody else, that they could perhaps avail themselves of these funds where necessary. And Mr. Chairman, for some reason, I'm recalling during the legislative process that the legislature intended this to be a loan of last resort anyway for these types of entities. And I think that they have to demonstrate that they are not able to qualify for other sources. And in this case, just the discussion with GID, I think because they weren't able to qualify for the SRF funds, this would be perhaps an alternative for them. So I think some of those protections are there, but the auditor is correct. We're not opining on a project. We're just trying to make an avenue available in the event that it's required.
Well, and I want to thank you for your indulgence. I wanted to test the notion simply because over the last year, I cannot tell you how many emergency rules I have been asked to pass. And I mentioned that those emergency rules come without public comment and immediately become effective. And it is time that we get back to a sort of normal course of action. So with that, I guess the matter before us is to determine that an emergency exists, at which point then we can proceed to the rules. So, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In that vein, then I'll offer two motions. The first of which would be that we find that emergency rules are necessary for the timely awarding of funding of urgent projects under the capital construction loan program. And depending on the outcome of that motion, I'll have another motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Upon the finding that the emergency rules are necessary, I would now move that the board adopt the attached draft emergency rules for chapters 14 and 38 and authorize the Office of State Lands and Investment to begin the regular rulemaking process with the attached draft rules for chapters 14 and 38.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and it's been seconded by the treasurer. The only if there is any discussion. I would like to commend your staff, director, for putting these together. Thank you. There never was a question in my mind they were the right thing to do, but I did want to just make that point. So with that, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda are the D matters, which are the state investment matters. So I will yield the floor to the treasurer's office to take the board through those matters.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We turn to here. Our first matter up is D1, and it has to do with the hiring a private equity investment manager. And I believe that we have Josh from RVK that might join us. And we also have our resident expert on private equity, and that's Matt McGosh. And Matt can tell us a bit about hiring Nautica.
Thank you, Mr. Smagash. Good to have you here.
My name is Matt Smagash. I'm Senior Investment Officer in Slib, and I'm here to discuss my recommendation for hiring Nautica partners for their fund 10. looking at Nautic, they have a extraordinary track record of success over their prior 9 vintages. They have a strong deal team that's been together for 20 years and exceptional access to investment ideas within these core domains. And those domains are healthcare, industrial, and outsourced services. Looking at those spaces, those should continue to garner pricing power and the ability to, and dislocation and the ability to, drive deals. Looking at their approach, their price discipline, and their value creation playbook, I think that will serve them exceedingly well. This will complete our pacing schedule for fiscal year 2021. And I want to introduce you to Scott Helinski and Alan Peterson from Nautic Partners.
Thanks. And welcome. Are we having?
Thank you very much. This is Scott Helinski. I may be showing up on Zoom as Alan Peterson, but I can assure you it's me. There was a problem with the sign-in. So Alan and I are both here, and thank you very much for your time. Lisa, I believe you're going to help me go through these slides for the audience. Take that as a yes, because it's moving. The first page right here is a picture of Providence. So if you've never been, that's our lovely city in Rhode Island, the smallest state in the union. If you could move on to page 3, Lisa, thank you. So Nautic was founded in 1986, 35 years ago in Providence, Rhode Island. We're what's known as a private equity firm. We've managed 9 funds over that period of time, approximately $6 billion in value. And we've produced returns across many different cycles, as you can imagine. We're focused in North America, so we look to make investments in middle market firms, companies throughout all 50 states, and have done so successfully over a long period of time. You go to the next page, Lisa. Thank you. We're a very experienced team. We've been together for a long time. We've been doing the same thing for a long time. We also have a deep bench of younger folks behind us. I personally have been doing this business for 27 years, 25 years at Nautic. And we're organized by industry vertical. So we try to understand these markets extremely well and come up with proactive investment ideas. So those 3 verticals are healthcare, which is about half of what we do, industrial products and distribution, which is about a quarter of what we do, and services, which is about a quarter of what we do. To simplify what we do is we find good businesses that are in good markets, so stable markets, and then we bring a set of initiatives that we call playbook to those companies. The first thing is we add to the management team, the depth of management teams that we're typically targeting and buying is not great. We're looking to upgrade those teams with people that we know. We're looking to use a stronger balance sheet after our acquisition to buy additional companies that are in the core market or in adjacent markets to make the company more attractive down the road. And then, having done this for a long time, we have a toolkit that we use on all matters related to the company's positioning that ends up creating, a more attractive company than when we bought it. I like to use the imperfect analogy that we're looking for kind of the worst house on the best street in the best town. And we show up and buy that house with a group of experienced, in that case, carpenters and laborers and an architect that will make that house more valuable 5 years from now. And so that discipline of looking for that, and the business world that we live in has produced exceptional, consistent returns over time. Next page, please, Lisa. So like I said, we're focused on industries. That's how you avoid mistakes. If you have to learn all about a new industry every time you look at a new deal, we believe you're more likely to make mistakes. It's really as simple as we've been doing this for a long time. We've had the great fortune of working with great management talent over the years, and we've had the ability to retain them and repurpose them in new targeted investments. And then I discussed the playbook as a value-added partner down below. You can see that's what we're looking to do. Build on the teams that exist, do add-on deals that add value both financially and strategically. The next page just highlights our 35-year track record. On the left-hand side, just shows all the investments that have been exited. So the cost basis on those is 2.8 billion, and we've returned 8.3 billion over a long period of time. If you scroll down just a little bit more, I believe you can see the number of investments. That's 121 investments over 35 years. And I just, that is the most important thing on any of these pages, is that we've bought a total of 142 companies and sold 121. So there's an ability to look at all the data that consultants like to look at. And I think it's very clear that we know what we're doing, and it's a repeatable process. Next page, please. This is kind of a complicated chart, but on the far right, you see that we've delivered 17.9% net IRR to our investors over that entire time frame. That ties to the right-hand part of the prior page. But what we've done here is we've shown the specific results of individual funds in the last 5 funds that we've raised. And you can see the red dots show the net IRR to our investors have actually gone up over the last 3 funds. And we're targeting a net 2x multiple to our investors over the lifetime of the fund. I would say we're very fortunate to have these results, and they're a product of just a long history of doing things the right way. Next page. This is the other missing kind of ingredient from the prior page. You can have a fund be worth a lot, but if you haven't given your investors back the cash, then there's always a question about how you're valuing your investments. This is the ultimate proof of returns, because this is for every dollar that's been given, how much have you given back? And these are industry leading numbers called DPI percentages in all these funds. We believe we're a top quartile fund in every fund that you've seen here under this most important metric. Next page. It all comes down to people. Like I said, I've been here a little over 25 years. We have a group of, all dedicated, very experienced people. One of the things we've done more and more is hire operators instead of financial types. We're actually hiring more and more people that have actually run businesses, because that's where we get the ultimate value. If you have a bunch of young folks that have never run a company show up and want to buy it and have plans for what to do with it, you might be successful. But if you show up with people that have run businesses alongside you, you have a much better chance. And so that's been a big move of ours over the last 10 or 15 years, is to have more operating talent with us that enables us to, to fix that that house that's not that great looking on the street. So I believe that's the last page, Lisa, and the last page is just a summary of each fund in a format that's typical. And of course, Al Peterson and I are available to answer any questions, and appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Mr. Treasurer, any other comments? I know we're going to hear from Josh here in a little bit.
No, I just think that.
I think your mic's off.
Yeah, I'd say that Matt does a great job in sorting out the wheat from the chaff, so to speak, and getting some good managers brought to our attention. And so I'm definitely happy with his efforts and with Nada.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Scott, a question. I noted, obviously a good book. Can you tell me a little bit about deal flow?
Sure. So we try to find every deal in the US that fits our target, which is between 10 million of annualized EBITDA and up to 100. What that results in is us looking at about 800 target transactions a year. So that's the top part of the funnel. And on average, we do about 4 deals per year. So those 800 are processed, analyzed, and we look for, the very, very few where we can impact and make better. Deal flow is extremely high this year. It's poised to set all sorts of records because of, I think, a fear that the federal tax rate and other taxes may go up. So folks that own businesses are looking to exit them and lock in gains with this year's, arguably lower tax rate than what they may be in the future.
Is that going to affect the cost of going into investments?
So the cost of going into investments has gone up pretty dramatically over the last 20 years. Right now, what we're seeing is it's leveled out over the last year, pretty much, but it's leveled out at a very high price. The actual rush to the door, if you will, of everyone looking to exit this year, so many investments, may lead to a reduction in the price going into investments because there's a flood of them. And even though there's a ton of private equity money chasing these deals, there may be more deals than money this year, believe it or not, which would be the first time in a while. So we're dealing in a very competitive environment where prices are high, and that's why we elect to be very disciplined about selecting only the companies we feel very strongly about that we can help.
I see. And can you tell me a little bit about how you use leverage?
Sure. So I would say we're about market neutral on leverage, which means if you have a company you're buying for 200 million and you can use 100, that would be the maximum leverage you could use. We're never using that amount. We're always probably a turn less than the maximum leverage because we think it puts extraordinary stress on a company. And we tend to focus more on operating initiatives and growth as a way to deliver return than the last dollar of leverage. So that's a general comment, but it would prove out in the consolidated, aggregated data.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Matt, for you, I wanted to ask, how does this position with what you're trying to do?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what I'm looking at in the private equity space right now is akin to what Mr. Alinsky was talking about. We're in an exceptionally expensive environment. One of the things that I'm worried about is the high duration of risk that can be at the tail, specifically within the technology space, where those cash flows may be out in the middle distance, and in the event that you have any increase in interest rates, you could see those be brought back into a less bubbly range. And so I'm very concerned. And so I'm kind of, with the entire program, I have a plan where I was looking to zag a little bit away from some of the more frothy tech spots and look for places where I believe over a rising rate regime, should we have that over the next 10 years, they would perform better. So looking at healthcare, industrial services, outsourced services, these companies that they're finding, they have an extraordinary amount of durability. And so that, for me, that was an extremely attractive space, and it allows my program to zag. That's not to say that we're not going to do tech, but it's that we're going to be lighter tech than a lot of endowments, foundations, and funds like ours.
Okay, and thanks. And does 60 million move the needle?
Yes, it does. Mr. Chairman, yes, it does. That is over the overall program. It's about 3/5 buyout, a 1/5 growth venture, 10% secondaries, 10% co-investments, other distressed, whatever. So this is another buyout piece that we have, and then we're building it around so that by the end of 2022, you should have something that looks like a full program when you look at it against the benchmarks that we have been set for.
Okay, and that program would be just PE or PE and hedge?
That's private. That's total private equity, though. If you look at the hedge fund universe, you might not be able to tell anymore, because a lot of the hedge funds are now very heavily involved in the private markets now as well.
So are you saying that your hedge analysis is different from this, or is it associated?
It is completely different, even as those industries are beginning to integrate more.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Josh. Is Josh here?
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Do you want to opine? I just wanted to make sure you had a chance.
Oh, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Keevan with RVK. Great to see you again. We are supportive of this recommendation. This is my colleagues in manager research to cover private equity strategies have actually highlighted this as one of our best current ideas. And you raise some good points and ask some great questions related to the private equity markets right now, Mr. Chairman. But we do believe that vintage year diversification and consistency is important. And so it's really not a question of whether or not you should make a commitment to private equity, but make sure that you're with the best partners. And one thing that we find unique and impressive with regards to Nautic is the depth of the network that they have of operating partners. And we think that that could be particularly important as we move forward.
Thanks. And I absolutely concur with the notion that once you've decided that you're going to do private equity, it's important to be diversified across vintage years. And I appreciate that. Well, great. Any questions for Josh? Any questions for Josh? All right. Well, thank you. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
As you know, the Investment Funds Committee took a look at this too. There wasn't a lot of discussion. Several of the people knew this fund, were very comfortable with it. So we got a green light from the IFC in that. And I would make a motion that as recommended by the Investment Funds Committee and the State Treasurer's Office, that the board select the fund Nautic Partners 10 Limited Partnership and Nautic Partners 10-A Limited Partners, and the general partner Nautica Capital 10 Limited Partner as a state private equity investment manager, conditioned upon the approval of the material terms and successful contract negotiations. And material terms are the next item up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent, moved by the treasurer. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Privilege of the chair just for a moment. I note, and Superintendent, you and I remember a time when there might be a quick briefing that we would get before these meetings. And so for Scott and Al, I apologize for taking this moment, but in the past, we've had an opportunity, not in public session, but just in a briefing ahead of time, to really kind of walk through the presentation materials, and very much appreciate you being here. I just wanted to note that we've, of course, adopted a little bit different way of approaching things, where we have an investment funds committee that advises us. The challenge is, of course, that they don't have the fiduciary responsibilities that we do. They simply are in an advisory capacity. The treasurer is, of course, in charge of how that all goes. But the concern we have is that, and I think it's been put this way: if we don't perform well, we'll fire the CIO. And that's nice to do, but that's the treasurer's job. And usually if the treasurer is going to go because it performs badly, the whole investment board, which is us, will also go. And so yeah, I wanted to just sort of make that point because I've felt a little bit at a loss in this, just understand the firm, knowledgeable about the firm, but didn't have the chance to really talk. And Matt, when I talked to some of the IFC members, I think they had asked a little bit how this fit into your overall program, which was the reason I asked my comment. So no consternation and no criticism of anybody involved, just a request that in the future we come with some more material so we can be a little better prepared.
Mr. Chairman, that is not a problem whatsoever.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I think as we get through this COVID area, and hopefully we don't have that again, I'd like to be able to do what we've done in the past, and that's to try to get those one-on-ones or two-on-ones, and maybe we'll have a discussion about whether or not we may be able to do it as Zoom, but not have essentially a meeting of the board, so there's no action taken. It'd be kind of like a pseudo executive Zoom meeting for purposes of just information only.
Right.
And I don't know how we'd go about that. It may take some legislative changes or some investment policy changes, but I think it's appropriate to kind of have those discussions.
Yeah, well, and thank you for your diligence, Matt. Thank you for yours, Mr. Treasurer, and thank you all. And I don't know, the next matter obviously will be the material terms, and those are things that we really have to talk about. There may be some questions about that, and so board. I think we have a sort of general discussion. Lisa's done a phenomenal job, but I wouldn't mind, if it's okay with you, that we consider an executive session just to sort of have Lisa walk through some of this. We'll come back in public session and do the normal. But if we have any questions, I think, Mr. Secretary, I asked you last night if you might have some questions about it. And I don't know if any of those would rise to the level where we might want to consider those in an executive session. And Mr. Treasurer, I don't know if you have any objections to that.
No, Mr. Chairman, there may be some things in the material terms that Nautic doesn't want out in the general public and their partners, and I think that's probably appropriate.
Okay. So with that, Madam Director, I'm wondering if we could go to executive session. We'd have to announce that. It'd be for talking about the legal ramifications of the material terms. And then we'd have Mr. Bump make sure the room was cleared. And we also, for Nautica, I don't imagine we'll talk about anything that is privileged, but just making sure you understood that here the Zoom will be closed and there won't be anybody on except us. If that's appropriate, board, I would probably entertain that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion.
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
I would second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So with that, can we clear the room? I believe, Madam Director, we're back in session. We're on matter D2.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, which is the summary of material terms. We've just come out of executive session. I want to thank again the Treasurer's Office, particularly Counselor Spillman and Matt Smagatz for giving us the opportunity to kind of review carefully items in the material terms. I think primarily these are all matters of record. So Lisa, if there's anything in particular you wanted to point out, I think there are some provisions we always consider important: sovereign immunity, those sorts of things. If you just want to give a brief description, I think anybody who's interested can look at the public materials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the board. So as you know, the board has a requirement under the law to approve material terms of any investments in alternative strategies. Our expected commitment here is $60 million. It's a typical 20 management fee of 2% with 20% of a carried interest and an 8% over an 8% preferred return. It is a closed-ended fund for 10 years with 1 year extension authorized by the GP plus an additional 2 years with advisory board approval. There are distributions of net cash and securities in kind, and we will intend to try to limit the securities in kind. There are, limits on redemptions, and we will review the extent to which the advisory board can influence that. The general partner may be removed. There are distinct key man provisions, and the state does have limited liability. There are leverage, as this board knows, leverage will be employed, but it is as is provided in the IPS. The general partner does have a right to recall capital distributed to the limited partners in certain circumstances. The general partner acknowledges that it has fiduciary requirements. There are potential or actual conflicts of interest which will be discussed and addressed in a side letter to be made clear and to be in the state's best interest. There is an advisory board, and we will ask for a seat on that board. We will address whether or not the general partner can be, the extent to which the advisory board can influence or approve any valuation changes. The fund has agreed to most favored nation status. The limits on Wyoming's indemnifications have been approved. They have afforded us sovereign immunity. They will not require the state to arbitrate. The general partner is going to commit to put money into the fund, and they will agree to the exclusive jurisdiction of the state of Wyoming in state court in Laramie County for proceedings by the partnership or the general partner against the investor.
Thank you, Ms. Spillman. Are there any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the material terms.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So that motion carries. I note that the treasurer is absent, excused. I think that's what, the treasurer is there. Mr. Treasurer, are you voting aye? I'm assuming you're voting aye. No, okay, so that is unanimous. Thank you. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss those.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Treasurer, I believe the next matter is the state D3, which is the state investment policy annual review and update. And I wanted to ask, and maybe my memory is a little bit off on this, but we had a workshop, work session that we went through and talked and reviewed what asset allocations were. And I guess one of the questions I had was, it indicates that the revisions come from the May 14th IFC. Are those different from what we talked about in the workshop?
Mr. Chairman, there may be some details in there that I can't think came up with in the IFC that might be a little different than what we talked about in the workshop. Is Lisa, did she leave the room? Nope, there she is. Okay. Because I think there's a couple of IFC recommendations there on the investment policy that were just slightly different.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe, I'm sorry, my computer died. So
Oh.
Mr. Bump is going to proceed us through, and I can't find a plug-in down here. So there was, the only change that was made to the investment policy statements after they had been approved at the May 14th meeting was a change to the transition benchmarks and the transition asset allocations. And we took the transition, excuse me, not the transition asset allocations, but the transition benchmarks. So we took that back to the board and had them vote by email on those benchmarks. So the IPS.
By the board, you mean?
By the IFC.
IFC, okay.
So the IPS, as it has been presented to you, has been reviewed and approved in full by the IFC.
Okay.
But it's a little bit, Mr. Chairman, it's a little bit different than what our workshop was, I think, there wasn't it, Lisa?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I'd characterize most of this, Mr. Chairman, is that was just structural to the extent that we organized the different, rather than putting in every fund what the terms and stuff were, we kind of organized it in different categories. So we took a lot of the repetitive nature of those things out in each fund and made it so it was more of a one-time shot of those policies as far as the different kinds of funds. And in regards to the legislation that went forward this year with the reference policy or reference portfolio and those type of things. So I think Lisa is, can go through this in any manner that you need, and RBK helped us out a great deal on this also. So we've got a couple of folks here that can move forward on it.
Very good, thanks.
Thank you. Josh, would you like to go ahead and begin?
Great. Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I think if I may, Mr. Chairman, I believe maybe at the heart of your question is, are the asset allocations any different than what we discussed in the workshop? And the answer to that is no. The long-term target allocations are consistent with the workshop. We've added some detail around the transition in terms of how we get there that we'll plan to walk through today. But at the heart of it, the long-term targets are the same as the workshop where we worked through that with the Slib.
Okay, thank you.
The policy changes this year were extensive compared to most years, and the document itself, I believe, is over like 120 pages, and it wasn't my plan to walk you through all of those pages. We did prepare a memo that summarizes the essence of the changes, and my thought was that we would work through the memo, and to the extent that we need to go to the actual document itself to answer questions or to go into more detail where you'd like, we can certainly do that. And I would also just note that this has been a very collaborative effort with the Treasurer's Office, with Lisa in particular on some of the changes in here, and would welcome her input at any point as we go through this. On page 1, it was the first page of our memo. I believe it says Slib page 2 at the bottom of it. We summarize what the primary drivers of change are, as it is every year. One of the keys is always any changes that come out of the asset allocation. So to some extent, it's the changes to the long-term strategic asset allocations as discussed at the workshop meeting. It does include some new asset categories and a few more than is typical this year. We've added some language in the policy that allows for a thoughtful multi-year transition to those new asset allocation targets, especially with regards to some of the illiquid asset classes where we are increasing exposure, areas like private infrastructure, private credit, in the long-term total return focused funds, a little bit more private equity. One of the fairly consistent pieces of feedback that we've received from the IFC is that the policy is excessively long. So we've have taken some efforts to streamline a bit this year, try to cut down on some of the redundancies and make the policy more efficient. And then lastly, there's several areas where we are simply reflecting recent legislative updates or other general updates that were appropriate.
Josh, just for your information, I think our books are lacking that memo. I've got it online here, and I think you have it up. I don't know, both, do you not have it?
I can't find it online.
Okay, just for your information.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody see the memo on the screen?
Josh, just so I know, what you're referring to is a memo that is Investment Policy Review Board Summary, June 3rd, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if you go to the Slib agenda from our website and click on matter D3, it's what we're presenting on the screen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would anybody like my office to print copies of this and have them brought down? Would you like that? Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you, Josh.
Oh, no worries, Mr. Chairman. If you hear some background noise on my end, I apologize for that. I've got a pretty extensive construction project going on outside my office here. They had been quiet until right now, but the concrete saw just started up. So I'm sorry about that. I'll walk through the memo here and hit each of the sections and provide a little bit of additional color on each of them. In section 2, the changes here are simply related to the streamlining, and what we've done is we've grouped the like funds that share a common asset allocation into a single grouping. And as you can see there, the long-term total return permanent funds are distinct from the income-focused permanent funds. In section 11.1, with regard to portfolio guidelines, this is a legislative update where the historical cap on 70% in equities has been replaced with a risk limit where the portfolio risk by statute should not materially exceed the reference portfolio of 70% equities, 30% bonds. I would note that there are additional risk constraints that are currently in the policy set by Slib that are in addition to that statutory language. And we did not change those current risk limits that the Slib has established in the policy. There was one relatively minor update to some of the OFAC language to just make that language consistent with current language from the U.S. Treasury Department of Foreign Asset Control. In 11.2 portfolio guidelines, with regards to individual strategies, one change that we've recommended here is around the duration guidelines of the core bond portfolio. Currently, the policy reads that the core bond portfolio duration needs to remain within plus or minus 20% of the index. And as a reminder, duration is a measure of the interest rate sensitivity of the portfolio. And if you think, and this is really a change that's driven by current conditions where the risk return profile for interest rate risk with interest rates so low across the curve, so close to that zero bound, that the risk return profile for interest rate risk has become asymmetrically poor. And you layer on top of that the fact that the aggregate bond index, which is the policy index for core fixed income, has a pretty sizable mortgage allocation, and as interest rates increase, the duration is not constant. It can increase as well. If you think about what happens with mortgage securities as rates increase, the prepayments, the refinancing slows, duration increases, and it just seems prudent at this point to make this change, which is essentially to keep the primary risk control in place, which is that we can't be greater, take more interest rate risk than 20% above that benchmark, but to remove the floor, the minus 20% guideline, as we don't want to force your managers to take on interest rate risk that may not really make sense in this environment. The rest of the guideline changes here, we are primarily around new asset classes, specifically private credit and infrastructure. And then Sblc H is a new category that we've added to the policy, but it's really more about the transition. It's really more about this multi-year period of sort of, I think at the working session, we referred to this as sort of a go slow approach to building out some of these increased illiquid allocation. And it's really this transition low duration fixed income is a solution that we propose. Essentially, it's another tool in your toolbox in the policy where you can have a shorter duration approach to some of the fixed income assets over the next several years as we are building out the illiquid allocations. And we'll go into a little bit more detail about what the benchmark and expectations are for that part of the portfolio. One other change to note here, and this will also show up in the benchmarks, is for bank loans, a change in the benchmark for the bank loan portfolio from the S&P LSTA Leveraged Loan Index, which is all leveraged loans, whether we can invest in them or not, to a much more investable and liquid form of that index, which is similar, but overall a little more liquid, a little bit higher quality, which is the Leveraged Loan 100 Index. I'll take a quick pause for a breath there to see if the board has any questions on anything I've covered so far.
Any questions? Hearing none, Josh, please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on, section 12, the risk profile. This is where we are adding in some language that is consistent with the new statute around the 70-30 reference portfolio. And one of the things that is in that statute is that the board will approve the specific benchmarks for the 70% equities and the 30% fixed income. And we have recommended, and the IFC has concurred with this recommendation, that those specific benchmarks, which will be reflected in your investment policy, is the broad global equity markets as represented by the MSCI All Country World Index, and that the fixed income portion would be the US investment grade fixed income markets as represented by the Barclays US Aggregate Bond Index. And I would just reiterate that we have not changed any of the policy established by this board with regards to the risk limits in the funds. So some of the language that you may be familiar with, such as for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, is to be managed with a 99% confidence that annual losses would not be greater than 22%. That language is not changed. But this language here is more of an additional limit on risk, which we think is actually really useful in terms of how you implement the asset allocation, because it allows us to move beyond this historical limit that was based on asset class definitions and move it towards a limit that is more tied to the risk of this reference portfolio.
Josh, one quick question. Do you see these in any way, the two risk components providing friction for each other?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I would call it frictions, but they are different. The downside risk of a 70-30 portfolio is significantly greater than the 22%. And we've got some stats on this that we'll actually get into when we talk about the transition. So the policy downside risk limits that we have not recommended changing, those are more conservative than the risk profile of 70% global equities. And it really has to do with the nature, the drawdown risk of public equities. And from our perspective, it doesn't create an issue because in today's environment, we wouldn't recommend 70% in public equities. So we don't think it's really a wise risk return trade-off to accept that much downside risk for what is not a lot of incremental return today. What you are doing is moving more into the private markets where we think there's a better return opportunity, and it doesn't have the same level of downside risk in a one-year period that public equities do. And so that's why I wouldn't say there's friction, but I would note that they are different.
Yeah, and I guess in noting that the treasurer, I think wisely, is pushing towards more of a New Zealand style risk, which is really what the reference portfolio is, and I really compliment the treasurer for his leadership in that. I guess the question I have, because these are complex times, is if we are moving to a more unconstrained kind of portfolio construction with regard to trying to set this reference profile for risk and making sure that the legislature understands what that risk profile looks like. Do you see this evolving further?
Mr. Chairman, I do think that the further evolution of this is likely. One thing that we know is that markets will change. We don't know how they'll change, but we know they will change. And, there may come a time when we want to reevaluate this. But I think for the current conditions, these two things, these two different risk policies can exist pretty effectively in the way that they're structured in this current draft of the policy. I would really see one as sort of a, the 70-30 reference portfolio is freeing in the from the standpoint that it doesn't stick us with this sort of historical classification of what is of stocks and the questions that came with that around what is considered equity versus what isn't, because you actually own a lot of things like real estate that historically were counted against that limit, but don't have the same risk level of public equities. And so the statutory change is extremely helpful from that perspective, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you would want to add that much downside risk to your portfolio today.
Right. And Josh, I think, going back, I guess my concern is that the legislature and the governor always want to spend the return and always get mad at the loss. And I think they need to share. We generally are the ones who are kind of put in the middle on setting these policies. And I guess trying to figure out, and I think the treasurer and I have talked about this, trying to figure out how the legislature can better understand what that risk is, which is why I think this reference portfolio is terrific, so that they better comprehend why returns are associated with the risk.
Mr. Chairman, and on the question of evolution, I think as we move through the process, I think of the attempt and hopefully successful attempts in Bill 121 that looks at redefining some constitutional provisions and trying to, I think, get the spending policy in the Constitution and the relationship between the reference portfolio and spending policy and risk and all of the things that go with the definition of income and those different things that we're going to have to deal with over the next couple of years as far as getting I guess the porridge just right in a constitutional amendment. I think that the reference portfolio is something that we should be able to, I think, do perhaps without the more legislative input, but we'll see how that works. So the cards are going to get reshuffled to a certain extent, I think, in a lot of different areas, appropriately in some areas, maybe not so in other areas, but we've got some time to work that through. But I think that the reference portfolio is doing what we wanted it to do, and that's to free up our CIO and our IFC to make some decisions that necessarily they have some optionality now that we've never had before. And I think that we're taking advantage of that in a prudent way.
And thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So, Josh, please go ahead. I guess the reason why I wanted to ask that question is 48 pages of investment policy is probably an exceptionally large investment policy, and to some degree may be less useful.
We started with what, 64 or something like that? So
I'm responsible for a lot of that, so yeah. I appreciate that. I just think we are moving in the right direction. So. Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 20 with regard to nominal return benchmarks, there are some changes noted here. The first one is the preferred stock benchmark. The benchmark we've been using, the S&P US Preferred Stock Index, is not the benchmark that your single manager Cohen and Steers prefers. And while normally We don't like to customize policy level benchmarks for single managers. This is a very narrow universe, and there are not a large number of implementation options here. And there are some reasons, we think some good reasons that have come up why Cohen & Steers does not use this S&P benchmark. It's a benchmark that's dominated by more retail securities, which trade at $25 par amounts, as opposed to more institutional securities that trade in $100 par amounts. It also doesn't include any non-US, and the custom benchmark that we're proposing here, which is a blend of 3 indices, we feel better represents the institutional opportunity set, and it is also consistent with the benchmark that your manager has long managed this strategy to. So that's the rationale for that particular change. The transition low duration benchmark, we're recommending the secured overnight financing rate or equivalent, plus a premium of 150 basis points. And the rationale here is the SOFR is the primary replacement that's been developed for what historically was LIBOR, which is you probably know is being phased out. And the premium of 150 basis points is so that reference rate is a short-term overnight rate. It's not going to have any duration associated with it or interest rate risk. And what we really want to try to do with this transition portfolio is to have a yield that's really similar to what you can expect from aggregate bond portfolios today, without the duration risk and without having to take a lot of below investment grade credit risk. And we think that this can be achieved through a diversified mix of short-term credit, some short-term securitized credit, and a few other tools that would be delineated in the agreement with the asset managers that would be selected for this mandate. And we think in today's environment, if you can get that yield that's today very similar to what you're getting from your aggregate bond managers without the duration risk, and knowing that these funds will be committed to largely things like private infrastructure, where the timing of when it will be needed is uncertain. So we don't want to take a lot of interest rate risk. We don't want to take a lot of credit risk, but we don't want to completely just give up and sit in cash with 0% returns while we wait for those investments to take place. That's really kind of the rationale behind the proposed benchmark and really the existence of that transition portfolio. The bank loan index, I covered that. For the private credit benchmark, for the private infrastructure benchmarks, candidly, my first inclination here was to not specify them yet. So I would note that these benchmarks could change. These are sort of best estimates for the benchmarks that will make sense. But as these portfolios are built out, there's a lot of decisions to make still about the structure of these portfolios, what types of infrastructure, what types of private credit, and that could have some bearing on the benchmark choices. But for today, what we're recommending is for private credit, a 400 basis point premium above the intermediate aggregate. That's pretty consistent with our historical experience and forward-looking expectations for that asset class. And then on the infrastructure side, the MSCI, this is actually a private infrastructure index. It is made up of some peer constituents, and it's very similar to the Odyssey index, which is what we use for your core real estate managers. is just instead of real estate, it's a constituency index of other infrastructure investors. Yeah, there's some imperfections in that index. It's very heavily weighted outside the U.S. It's got about 25% in airport investments. So there are some things about it that are imperfect, but they're really are not great choices for benchmarks for infrastructure. They're not that well developed yet, especially for U.S. based investors. But that appears to be the one that makes the most sense at this point. Moving on to page 4, we get into the appendices, the sub-policies on the funds, the underlying funds themselves. And a lot of the changes that you see here are related to this attempt to consolidate. And so we've grouped them into the like funds, as I described earlier. And up front, there's some common sub-policy terms that rather than repeat them in each section of the sub-policies, if they're exactly the same, they're just simply stated once up front and then referenced as the common terms within each of the sub-policies for the funds. And then within each of the funds, so starting with long-term total return, there are a number of changes, but the ones that I would highlight for you are the particularly sub-bullet 10, for example. We've added some language here to really describe the fact that we are anticipating that we are starting a multi-year transition process that's going to take some time to implement, particularly as we are building out these very thoughtful and diversified, thoughtfully paced way, these private market exposures. And as such, we're going to need each year to establish some interim targets, and that those interim targets, we've recommended that those actually be approved by the board at the start of each fiscal year. And that's actually the next agenda item that we have for you today is more detail on what we're proposing for the interim targets for this next fiscal year. As you go through the next couple of pages, really a lot of the same changes that I just described, but within each of the individual sub-policies for the different fund groupings. And then lastly, on page 6, we have the couple of things that we've actually removed from the policy, again, in the spirit of streamlining and efficiency. You have this glossary of terms and index definitions. And while those are very useful and great documents, they aren't really a necessary component of an investment policy. So we're not proposing that they be removed completely, but rather moved to a separate annex that really isn't part of the investment policy, but it's just a separate document that the treasurer can still maintain on his website, so that anybody that has a question about a term or an index definition can easily find that document, but it's not incorporated specifically as a component of the policy. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the summary of the changes. I would note that I was trading some notes with Lisa this morning, and I know that there was at least one additional item that came up that we wanted to address, and I'll defer to her on how she wants to tackle that. But I will stop there and stand for any questions that the board has.
Thank you, Josh. Mr. Treasurer, any color you want to add or?
No, I think that Lisa and Josh and IFC and everybody that worked on this did a great job, and we're moving in the right direction. But I think that as we proceed and really look at the things that are important about an investment policy, and we've looked over a lot of them are still probably 25 or 30% in length of what ours are. But we want to make sure that we don't leave any boxes unchecked by just for the sheer, I guess, glee of having less pages. So.
Very good. Thanks. Any questions? Any questions? Terrific.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may explain what Josh was referencing. When you do make the motion, I would request that you make the motion to approve the policy with the following change on your Slib board book, page 105, which is the IPS, the amended IPS on page 33. There was something that your office, Betsy, pointed out, which our office agrees with, that should have gotten taken out just to be consistent with what we took out in Appendix A. And that is in paragraph 9 under the spending policy, the second paragraph, the language starting with the second sentence of the second paragraph in section 9 on page 33, commencing fiscal year 2019 and thereafter the legislature reducing the spending policy to 4.75 of the trailing 5-year average market value of the higher ed fund be removed. And in addition, 2 sentences down, starting with through June 30th, 2017, when higher ed fund reserve account reaches a balance that exceeds 75% of the current fiscal year spending policy, the excess funds shall be transferred from the higher ed fund reserve account to the corpus of the higher ed fund be removed.
All right. Thank you.
Did staff get those suggestions so we can say as proposed?
Yeah, and I think what we might do just when we make the motion is do that and then specifically call that out again. And so I really appreciate the presentation, appreciate the work that's been done on this. It's been through, I have no idea how many permutations. Mr. Treasurer, you certainly have done a great job. We certainly worked on it for a long time. And now that it's, my guess is this is the biggest source of income for the state, at least this year.
We hope so.
Yeah. Well, it typically is either first, second, and occasionally it's been third. And that's really due to the good work of your office. One comment that I just want to be cognizant of, and Josh, I hope you don't take offense, but one of my biggest concerns when I was treasurer, Mr. Treasurer, was that we sort of ran the portfolio by consultant, and I was worried that we ended up with a consultant grading their own homework, and that was really sort of the effort I know you and I kind of embarked on to try to make sure at least there was some separation. And do we feel like our staff is having the opportunity with the IFC to be able to do that, so that when the consultant has the chance to weigh in on it, it's not somehow influenced by their recommendations?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think there is some I guess influence from the consultant, but I can tell you that the people on the IFC are not bashful, and neither are our staff as far as what they think should be in the investment policy and in the asset allocations. And so I think that at this point in time, I'd say it's a good mix, that we understand where our consultants are coming from, but these folks have a mind of their own, and I can tell you that our CIO has a mind of his own too.
Right. Well, thank you. I just want to make sure that, and Josh, you and I have talked about this, so I hope you're not offended. I'm pretty sure you and I have had this conversation several times. So thank you for your presentation today. With that, if there are no further questions, what is the pleasure of the board? And again, if you're going to make the motion, I think we can probably have Lisa specifically call out that language.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd say as recommended by the Investment Funds Committee, the State Treasurer recommends the board approve the proposed changes to the State Loan and Investment Board's master investment policy and sub-policies, and that the policies and sub-policies become effective July 1, 2021, as further amended and stipulated by staff today. So.
Thank you. And so you're, Lisa, the further amended and stipulated would be spending policy, the spending policy paragraph of Appendix B, is that correct?
That's correct. Appendix B, paragraph 9, paragraph 2 of section 9 on page 33, removing the phrase, the second sentence, commencing fiscal year in 2019, and thereafter the legislature reduced the spending policy to 4.75 of the trailing 5-year average market value of the higher ed fund, and leaving the following 2 sentences alone and removing the sentence after that, starting with through June 30th, 2017, when the higher ed fund reserve account reaches a balance that exceeds 75% of the current fiscal year spending policy. The excess funds shall be transferred from the higher ed fund reserve account to the corpus of the higher ed fund commencing July 1, 2017. Deleting all that, putting a period, and starting the new sentence with the.
Okay, so very good. Everybody have that? Very good. Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Treasurer, that is your motion?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. Thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody's probably saying heavens no. With that, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Treasurer, I think we now move to matter D5.
Mr. Chairman, we need a separate motion on D4 then, or was that on D4 and on one behind?
Oh, we need D4. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And that is the
Transition asset.
Asset allocation. And I think that Josh went over a lot of that. Josh, do you think there's any more detail you need to put forth in the transition asset allocation changes?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer Meyer, there may be a few things here that would be helpful for me to cover, and I promise to do so very efficiently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So let's see, I hope, yes, everybody has the presentation, or I know it's up on the screen here. I go to page 3. Yes, right here. And we can do most of it right here. So essentially what we are showing you here is the proposed interim target, as well as give you a view for what we expect this transition to look like over the next several years. And what you see here is starting with the total return focused permanent funds. You see the current target, the proposed target, which is actually the policy target, long-term policy target you just approved. And to the right of that, what we're also asking for your approval of is the proposed interim policy target. And the way that I would describe this proposed interim target is, if you think about the journey to the long-term target as a long hike that we've got to do over the mountain, the proposed interim target is driving to the trailhead. So it's where we want to get to as a point of departure that we want to get to in the relative near term. Specifically, we anticipate or propose doing this over the next 3 quarters. And that'll really be essentially a trailhead, if you will, for the longer term journey to the new policy target. The interim target has, because we can't get all the way to the new targets, it's got some placeholders essentially. And for the long-term total return focused funds, the placeholder for private equity is public equity. For private credit, the placeholder is actually a mix of bank loans and core bonds. The bank loans make a lot of sense here because they're floating rate in nature and their credit exposure. So there's a lot of similarity to what we're looking for in private credit. But private credit is generally, we're expecting to not have the same level of volatility or downside risk as bank loans. So that's why we want to balance that with some of the investment grade exposure. And then, as I've described, the infrastructure and investments, the additional non-core real estate investments, and the incremental hedge fund investments, those will sit in this transition portfolio where we believe we can get rid of the interest rate risk without getting rid of the yield that you expect on that portfolio while we wait for those capital calls to be made. And I would note that as you look at all of these, they have, you look at the risk numbers at the bottom, they're all within the risk limits of the investment policy. We also do note for you there the downside risk of 70-30, which at a 31% loss is materially greater than any of these portfolios. And you can get a good graphical representation of what this looks like on the next page. And you can see the green line is our optimized efficient frontier. You can see the green square is the legacy policy. The blue square is the new long-term policy. So we are increasing risk over time with this new policy long-term target. But that orange square is sort of that trailhead, if you will, that's going to represent a good place we can get to that's moving in the right direction in the relative near term over the next 3 quarters. But then a really sort of thoughtfully paced approach to get all the way up to that new long-term target. And you can see that compares very favorably to the 70-30 reference portfolio, which is pretty far off the efficient frontier at this point, just given how expensive those public equities and core fixed income have become. It also gives you a sense for where the risk, the standard deviation is measured across the bottom of this page. It gives you a sense for where the risk or expected volatility of each of these portfolios lands relative to that reference portfolio. And then lastly, for the total return focused funds on the next page, a little bit more detail on what we anticipate on the left-hand side here in the near term over the first 3 quarters, which essentially will be phasing in to get to that interim target over the next 3 quarters. The reason we're not recommending doing that all at once is there is a lot of money that you have invested in things like core fixed income that we're going to be reducing significantly. And it's in our, from our perspective, not wise to go out and just try to get that all done at once. I think you want to be somewhat careful and thoughtful about how you do that. And so that's the left-hand side where you can see we get to that interim target over these 3 quarterly tranches. And to the right of that, the transitional long-term target, that's our best estimate, if you will. It's our trail map for what we think this looks like. But these, I would caution that these are estimates, and we don't know how markets are going to change. We don't know what investment opportunities are going to arise that may help us get there. But it's our best estimate. And the shading, the colored shading is really just sort of intended to give you a sense for what we think the most likely outcome is, as well as a little bit of a potential range of when we may actually reach the full allocation targets for private equity, private credit, non-core real estate, private infrastructure, and hedge funds. So we want to retain some flexibility as we move forward, but what we're asking you for your approval today is the approval of the proposed interim target, and as a component of that, the understanding that we'll be transitioning to that over a 3-quarter process in the next fiscal year. I will pause there. There are the same details for the rest of the funds, but it largely follows a similar logic, but the percentages and the exact asset classes will be different, as each of those funds have different asset allocation structures. I will pause there and happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Josh, thank you. I think these are materially the same as what we presented during the workshop. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, they're quite similar, I believe, but we have refined some of the details around the pacing.
Very good. Thank you. So, Mr. Treasurer,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
anything more on that?
Just that, one of your concerns was that we didn't put all of our private investments in 1 or 2 years, and what this does is spread it out, so that kind of spreads the risk out. You really don't see it in the risk analysis, because that's pretty much static because of asset class, but the implementation, I think, actually lowers the risk quite a bit.
Fantastic. Good work. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the state treasurer recommends that the board approve the proposed interim asset allocation targets as outlined in RVK's transition asset allocation implementation roadmap, with the understanding that there will be gradual phasing in to the allocations over several quarters.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you again, Mr. Treasurer. Now we're on D5.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Josh is still up, and this is on the consultant's report on the quarterly review of investment performance. There's no action, it's informational only.
Thank you, Josh. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can be relatively brief here, and will plan to do so, but please let me know if there's detail that you'd like me to go into, or if you have questions. I'd ask that we go to, it's our page 3, I think it's Slib page 4. The March 31 market value of assets was 23.2 billion across all of the funds, and in the pie chart you can see here, again, using some colored coding, the green shaded funds, the long-term permanent funds, total return focused permanent funds. In blue, you have the income focused permanent funds. In yellow, workers' comp. You've got Pool A in red, LISRA in sort of a pink color there, and state agency pool in orange. And again, these are as of March 31, and the markets have been pretty good to us in April and May, and even into early June here. We still have a little bit of time here to go, so things can certainly change, but it's looking like you will see some materially positive additions to this market value in the last quarter of this year. If we go to page 4, looking at the relative performance of the total fund, and again, this is combining all of those underlying funds. And just showing you their performance relative to the roll-up of all of the underlying indices. It's again, those are all disparate funds with different purpose, different time horizons. So the total return doesn't mean a whole lot here, but the comparison to the benchmark does give you a sense for, in aggregate, how are your funds doing relative to the policy benchmarks. And you can see that in the most recent quarter, you were basically flat. And these, again, are net of all fees. And on a fiscal year-to-date basis, ahead of that by about 20 basis points. And as you look at the detail on the bottom half of the page, this is just looking at each of the underlying asset classes and what the performance has been in each asset class relative to the policy benchmark. And you do have, in aggregate, some outperformance. And just to highlight a few of the sort of key positive and negative attribution or drivers of that relative performance. On the positive side, international equities, you've had some pretty nice outperformance. In particular, one of your managers there, AeroStreet, has done a very nice job in the current fiscal year for you. And then on the non-core real estate side, you've had some good performance from a couple of your non-core managers, SC Capital, as well as the more recent investment in Real Term, a industrial focused real estate fund. And then lastly, you can see on the bottom of the page, a nice boost from the opportunistic investments with some really positive performance from some of the equities that have been made in that opportunistic bucket. A few of the things that have detracted, small cap, you can see small cap US equity, although the outside of opportunistic, the best absolute return level, you do see that the 49% is behind the 55% for the index. And a lot of that is attributable to, in particular, Van Berkom, for example, who has a higher quality bias in their portfolio. And if you think about what's been going on, and it's really kind of somewhat focused or acute in small cap, you think about some of the things that were happening, especially in the first quarter with some of the sort of Robinhood, Reddit crowdsourced sort of GameStop in its type of investing. It really resulted in this environment where if you look at the sort of quality metrics of companies in the small cap universe, there was a clear pattern of the poorest quality having the best performance and the highest quality having the worst performance. So we're not terribly surprised to see that, given what we know about the quality preferences of your managers. And I think you do see some of the same thing actually showing up in the hedge fund performance. You can see that's also fiscal year to date a bit behind the benchmark. First of all, that benchmark, this is a harder space to have a really clean benchmark. But a lot of these, especially in the long short space, a lot of that is taking place in small cap. And so the kind of the same dynamic that's affecting your fundamentally focused long only small cap management is also, you're also seeing that show up in some of the hedge fund performance. But on balance, you are seeing some good relative performance here. And on page 5, you can see, just going into the fund by fund detail, I won't go through all of these, but you can see for permanent mineral, for example, fiscal year to date at about 14.4. And equity markets in the April-May time horizon through early first couple of days of June, across the board, you're seeing kind of a range of 6 to 7% type equity returns. So you'll see some continued progress on this. And of course, there's a little bit of time to go, so those things can change. But The income-focused funds, returns are a little bit lower here, given the difference in asset allocation for these funds that skews more towards income generation. And that's at 11.1% for common school, 6% for workers' comp. And then on the next page, 7.5% for the total LISRA, but you can see the three components that breaks down into, with a long-term, an intermediate, and a short-term reserve. Pool A at 8% and state agency pool at a positive 20 basis points. In the interest of time, I will stop there. But as I noted, I'd be happy to go into more detail if I didn't cover something that you had a question about.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions for Josh? Josh, really good work. One question quickly I have, if memory serves, the Russell 2000 is a sort of a difficult benchmark anyway, because it can be gamed a little bit. So would that be part of what we might be seeing here too?
Mr. Chairman, I actually think it's a pretty reasonable expectation that we should be able to outperform that benchmark over time. You look at the historical data for active managers as a whole versus that benchmark, and it is one of the areas where we do see some evidence of the success of active management. I just think this last year, where that index is up, I think year over year, March to March, that index is up like 94%. And that's just such an extreme level of performance. And then especially more recently, you've had this sort of bizarre market dynamic with a lot of this crowdsourced, short squeeze investing. And your managers, any manager that's really sort of looking for, solid business franchises led by good management with appropriate balance sheets, they're not going to be looking for the GameStops of the world to put into their portfolio. And so I think it's a bit of an anomaly that you're seeing here in the short term. I don't really have any diminished expectations, though, of the ability of your managers or our expectation of them to be able to beat that index over time.
Yeah, I guess that was my point. I think it's actually looking better than it looks on the paper. So
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, we have a motion on D5. May I get back here to it?
I think Mr.
Oh, this was information only.
Yeah. I didn't know if you wanted CIO Fleming.
I just think that, I think we've done okay. Some of the different funds, I think, shined a little brighter than other ones. Workers' Comp and Pool A, I think, have done exceedingly well. It's going to be, I think, a good surprise to a lot of the folks in Pool A to get the returns that we've seen in there. And I think as we get to the implementation of the work that we've done this year in asset allocation with you guys and the reference portfolio, we'll keep moving up and I think start to challenge some of the our peers in performance.
Well, thanks. Anything you want, CIO Fleming? I see you sitting there.
Patrick, give us your take. I'm looking for better things. I hope you are too.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, Patrick Fleming, CIO for the Treasurer's Office. No, I was here to answer any questions. Obviously, this was our annual redo on the IPS and some of the things we've had. So if you had any questions, just a couple comments of things that you brought up. Some of the things that we're really looking for and trying to do is the checks and balances. And you brought up the volatility component, where that 70-30 portfolio, if you would have seen Josh's page 3 had a 30% implied vol or 30% vol versus our mandated 22 that the board has put forth. So I think that's a great ability where you have legislature that allows you that instance to be able to take on more risk if the market sold off or what have you and volatility increased, then we could increase from that 22% that we have up to the 30. So I think that's a great check and balance between the board and what is promulgated from the Slib. And then last but not least is your comment about Josh and grading his own homework. Many of the benchmarks that he put forth, I don't necessarily agree with. Some of the aggregate plus 400 basis points I thought was a little bit high, but he felt very strongly on it and spent a lot more time on it. I was just looking at where spreads are right now, and I think that's going to be difficult. But he's the consultant, and it was his decision. So those are things where we work together on it. But it really, I'm not going to influence their opinion. They have strong opinions, and he triangulated all different things and explained why he came up with that. But I think it's a really good working relationship that we have to be able to work with them. And we have difference of opinions and so forth, but we come down to a very good end product, which I think we did this week.
Yeah, well, thanks. And I think they are a phenomenal asset for the state. And so thank you for your work. And I, Mr. Treasurer, I know you and I have talked a little bit about this. I was worried that, in good markets, everybody looks good. And in bad markets, everybody starts talking about how you should have done something else. And I guess, my concern is that we, as Wyoming government, understand that, it's great to chase returns, but it's really losses that are the ones that we worry a lot more about. And, I think we, a couple of years ago, looked at how long it took to build back if you had substantial losses. And I think a lot of times in our conversation, we always reflect on great returns, but we don't anticipate what might happen.
Mr. Chairman, that's a great point. I just want to comment on some of the numbers that we've seen. The way the portfolio is structured, we should not do great in many of the different areas. You can see where we underperformed in certain areas. Van Berkom, they're a value manager. And when you have AMC going up over 100% yesterday, that has no earnings forecasted for the next 3 years, a massive debt level. Those are the things where our managers will not do well. And if they do well, then we have a problem because our portfolio is structured because of the valuations that we have right now that are extremely frothy, in my opinion. We are not going to chase these markets. Matt has done very well, I think, in the private equity and the hedge fund where we're sticking to our guns. We are not going to buy high beta managers and play that game. We're going to try and do as well as we can and outperform the indices, which we have, but we will not do gangbusters in this environment. This is not a great environment because of the conservative nature that we've positioned the portfolio in.
Which was awesome in 2008. So, yes. Yeah, great.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that being said, though, we did, I think, had the confidence of the legislature when the COVID crash did come that Patrick didn't catch the bottom, but we did put a substantial amount of capital to work
right.
At an appropriate time, but we didn't get over our skis.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember that wonderful book that talks about when you play tennis, it's not how many aces you have, it's how many shots you return. So thanks very, very much. Madam Director, members of the board, I know I've taken a lot of time on this, so I apologize, but what's your view at this point? Do you want to proceed? Do you want to take a break? Okay. Yeah. All right. We'll take, I know we've taken more time than any of us had hoped, but let's try to get back here in about 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is E1 under farm loans. It's to consider the application to grant a subordination to an easement for a water pipeline across land secured by beginning agricultural loan B00148, held by borrowers Garrett Wallace Horton and Catherine Maureen Horton. Essentially, on January 23rd of 2020, the borrowers closed their loan for $525,000. They've submitted a loan servicing application requesting the board to approve an easement and or perhaps grant a subordination for an easement across the land securing the loan. The purpose of the easement is to allow the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board to install a water transmission line. This water transmission line would supply the town of Burlington with drinking water, and I believe that the collateral property will also receive 2 taps from the line. The request includes a 30-foot wide permanent water line easement along the length of the pipe installed and a 40-foot wide temporary construction easement along the length of the pipe installed and a forage loss agreement. OSLI staff appraisers have reviewed the matter and they believe that the value of 449 acres securing the loan will not be materially negatively impacted by the easement, nor will the state's loan to value maximum threshold. At this point, it's a little unclear to us from the application if the applicants were seeking both a subordination and an agreement to the easement or just an agreement to the easement. We are recommending that the board agree to or approve the easement, provided that the board's mortgage not be subordinated to the easement for the water transmission line. All other terms of the loan to remain the same. However, as I mentioned, we have tried to contact the applicants. I believe staff was able to do that yesterday. And I do not believe anybody's been able to reach the board. Is that correct? So while we believe we're not quite sure what the full ask is here, if it is for a subordination in addition to approval of the easement. But in any event, it's my understanding that the applicant may be on the line to discuss this with the board and answer any questions. And if it is the case that the board will, or that the Joint Powers Board will ultimately need a subordination, they can always bring that back and the board can reconsider that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Director. That was what I was confused a bit about. Who is needing the subordination? Is it the Joint Powers Board or the lessees? What's questions from the board for the staff? Any questions? Yeah, Mr. Secretary.
Just quickly, the forage loss agreement, where does that come into play? I should have asked that the other day, but
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I would yield to Beth Blackwell to explain that. It's my understanding that it has to do with when they are installing the pipeline and any kind of forage that will be lost as a result of that process.
I understand that, but what's our role in that? I mean, why are we, it's not us asking for the pipeline and it's not us who owns the land, so.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I don't believe that it is part of the deal with us, if you will. I think that that is something that's offered to the landowner as compensation for partial destruction of the property, if you will. I guess destruction is kind of a harsh word, but understanding that it would be for any impacts to existing forage to them.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
So I'm guessing that the landowner is asking for subordination so they can have the proceeds of the easement. That would be my understanding of how the process would be, because the Joint Powers Board isn't paying the state, they'd be paying the landowner. So I think that's what they're looking for. So a subordination so they can get the proceeds from the easement and not worry about whether or not, it's going to be attached for any particular reason. So that's my read on it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think it's a little unclear in the application. That's why I was hoping that the applicants are here, because the way it was presented to staff, it was almost as if it was just, hey, they're looking for an easement. Is that okay with you? That may be part of it as well, but I don't think that that's been articulated in the application itself. You may be correct, Mr. Treasurer. I'm just not, I'm not sure.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up?
Sure.
If we do a subordination to the landowner and the borrowers, that subordination would attach to the easement and follow through. You wouldn't need to have a separate subordination to the Joint Powers Board, would you? I mean, just as a matter of law?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer that to our legal eagles over here, Mr. Peters and Mr. Miller.
Mr. Peters or Mr. Miller, if you have any opinion on this.
I'm trying to think, Mr. Chairman, how we had a Etsy pipeline easement that went through the place, and I think that's what we did with our borrower, was ask for subordination. So the 50 grand that we got from Etsy wouldn't go to the borrower and it went into our pockets.
Okay.
That's how that would work.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. If I can clarify the question briefly, you're asking whether we need an additional subordination for the Joint Powers Board?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that the way that we had done business, myself personally, is like we had an easement that went through the place. We had a mortgage on the loan with an insurance company, and we wanted a subordination from the insurance company. So when the pipeline company paid us 50 grand for the easement, that we knew that was money that was coming in, essentially to our pockets. So we could use that to disperse in, that 50 grand for anything that we needed to do,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the way our mortgage is currently structured is it is an agreement between us and the landowner at the moment. And that agreement is in first position. And so the easement that he's proposing is an agreement between the landowner and the Joint Powers Board, which would be in second position. So we're not talking about a subordination between parties here. We're talking about allowing the agreement between the landowner and the Joint Powers Board to jump us in line so that they would have first position and that agreement would survive in the event we foreclose on the mortgage. So there's no need to subordinate any parties. That agreement would then be granted the priority over our mortgage, and we would be taking the mortgage subject to the easement.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have no interest in the disbursement of the funds from the Joint Powers Board to the landowner. That's not part of our collateral.
That's correct. That would just be a payment to them for the diminution in value or the loss of a small use of their property for a short period of time. And because we don't really have any interest in their use of the property, we don't have any interest in that. We're just allowing them to jump us in line if we were to foreclose on the property.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Mr.
Treasurer.
What, if we just had a state piece of property that necessarily may or may not have a renter on it, but has a water pipeline going through it, we would normally grant the water line, I guess, an easement to go through it and just not say, go ahead and go through it. We're not going to do anything. I mean, there is that process. So I'm wondering why we're farther down the line, we're just a collateral interest. If we would grant a subordination or an easement in state property, why we just wouldn't grant the subordination?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think you're exactly right, whereas we are not the landowner here. We just have a secured interest in this particular property. And I believe as part of our agreement and as part of our mortgage, the landowner, the person who actually holds title to the land, needs our permission before they can encumber the land with an easement like this. And so that's part of the reason that they're coming forward, is to get permission to put the easement on the property, because we do have a security interest in the property, but we don't have any title to the property at all at right now. We would not have that unless we foreclosed on the property. And so in a situation where we own the land and we're granting an easement, there's really no need to subordinate anything because there's no mortgage there. We would just be granting the easement. So here, if we would grant the easement anyway, if we were the landowner, then that's essentially the same thing as subordinating in this case. We're saying we are going to allow the easement to continue to be in effect, even if we were to foreclose on the property, because we'd grant the easement anyway. So that's essentially what subordination would have the effect of.
There's no reason to, I guess, double indemnify the pipeline company because they're basically indemnified by you granting the easement to the landowner. You don't have to grant and subordinate.
So the benefit to the Joint Powers Board of us agreeing to subordinate is that they continue to maintain their easement even if we foreclose on the property. So that's the benefit to the Joint Powers Board. But we don't need to do anything special with them. We just agree to subordinate our mortgage. That would have the effect of protecting their easement because it would survive any foreclosure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Are there further questions? Madam Director, do you have reason to believe the Hortons may be online?
Mr. Chairman, that's my understanding. I believe Beth and her staff may have spoken with somebody yesterday that indicated that they would be available for the board. Beth, are you aware of whether or not they're actually on?
Is there anyone with that hand up?
Maybe a Garrett Horton or a Catherine Horton?
Mr. Chairman, no current hands raised. If anyone would like to address this matter, please raise your hand now.
Mr. Bump, is anyone trying to get on so I can see this without squinting? It doesn't appear like anybody has raised their hand. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Second time, please raise your hand if you'd like to address this matter.
So Mr. Bump, I don't see anybody. I think if I understood correctly, the matter of subordination can be a separate matter. It is not the issue that is most pressing in this particular incident is the easement. And I think that's your recommendation, is it not, Director, to pass
Yes.
the easement but not subordinate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At a minimum, it's our understanding that they're looking for our authorization to go forward with the easement. And at this point, subordination, they could always bring that back if in fact that's required by the Joint Powers Board.
Okay. Any further questions of the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that we approve the easement and provided that the board's mortgage shall not be subordinated at this time to the easement for a water transmission line across the land securing beginning agricultural loan B00148, all other terms of the loan remaining the same.
That motion has been made by the auditor. Is there support for that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda is E2, to consider the application to grant a subordination to a conservation agricultural land easement for the land secured by beginning agricultural loan B00124 held by borrower Michael Mitzel. On November 19th of 2015, the borrower closed beginning ag loan B00124 for $355,000. The borrower has submitted a loan servicing application asking the board to grant a subordination for a conservation agricultural land easement across the land that is securing the loan. The purpose of the easement is to allow the Sheridan Community Land Trust and the United States Department of Agriculture of Agriculture Natural Resources Conservation Service on behalf of the Commodity Credit Corporation to protect the agricultural use and future viability and related conservation values of the property by limiting non-ag uses of the property. So under the conservation easement, the borrower's property may continue to be used for ranching and agricultural purposes, but future development rights have essentially been transferred to the grantee under the easement. Staff appraisers have reviewed the original appraisal and the easement contract and the easement appraisal. The appraisers concluded that the value of the 420 acres of land that secures the loan will decrease by $664,000 if the easement is granted. Staff believes that subordinating the mortgage to the conservation easement is not in the best interest of the state of Wyoming. We believe it'll significantly diminish the value of the state's collateral and could substantially negatively impact the state's ability to recover its loan proceeds in the event that the borrower fails to pay the loan. Importantly, should we need to foreclose the loan, or foreclose the mortgage, the prohibitions on future development of the property, we believe, may drastically reduce the potential sales price of the property and significantly limit the types of buyers that may be interested in purchasing the property. The borrower did indicate in discussions with Ms. Blackwell and staff that he may be willing to pay off his loan with the state in order to be able to place the conservation easement on the land. So in other words, if we agreed to subordinate, he received the funds, he would pay off our loan with those proceeds. At this time, we recommend the board deny the requested loan servicing application for a subordination to the Sheridan Community Land Trust for a conservation and agricultural land easement across the land securing beginning ag loan B00124. All terms of the loan to remain the same. It's my understanding that Mr. Mitzel is planning to address the board in this regard, and I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman, if the board has any questions at this point.
Thank you, Madam Director. Are there questions from the board? Are there questions? I have two. I suppose, Ms. Blackwell, I would address them to you. So with regard to the estimated value reduction, 664, is that just a kind of an estimation, or is there an appraisal? Not an appraisal, but a realtor's opinion or something to that effect?
Mr. Chairman, the OSLI appraisal staff actually went out and reviewed the initial appraisal that they performed, as well as the appraisal of the easement. Their exact approach, I cannot speak to.
Okay. And everything is in good standing, and it appears that the initial term is 10 years, so 2025, and then it can be up to 30 years. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, the 10 years is the lower interest rate that they received, which I believe is 2.14. Then the final 20 years of the loan will be at 8%. So it's a 30-year total loan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Beth, and that you may not know this, and it's fine if you don't. Do we have any idea what the payment schedule looks like from the feds to the landowner? Is it a lump sum or over time?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, we do not know. He did not specify when we spoke with him.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Bump, it appears Mr. Mitzel has his hand up. Mr. Mitzel, if you are on, you can address the board, please.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, board. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. Just briefly, just a little background. I obtained a beginning farm loan with the State Land Investment Board in 2015. The loan's in good standing with no late payments. Here today asking the board to approve the request I've submitted for subordination. I am entering the property into a conservation easement. And the request for subordination is for easement only, just to clarify. Even after subordination, the State Lands and Investment Board would essentially retain the first position to recover any financial interest. If default were to occur, the easement encumbers the land and would remain in place on the land, but recovers no financial interest. It is my understanding that I meet and exceed the loan to value threshold set by the state, and the state's appraiser recommended approval of the subordination. This conservation easement is not being entered into hastily. It has been more than 3 years in the works. I believe strongly in the conservation of this property for agricultural use. As a Wyoming resident for more than 35 years and a beginning farmer, I see tremendous value in protecting agricultural land for future generations and the state of Wyoming. I feel this aligns with the essence of the beginning farmer program and our Wyoming values by ensuring the land stays in agriculture. The conservation easement has been reviewed by NRCS, the Sheridan Community Land Trust, and a personal attorney. In addition to protecting the land, the conservation easement has the potential to help improve the financial position of an agricultural operation in the state. I think we'd all acknowledge that small and beginning farm operations, our financial viability is threatened. The state's approval of this subordination would allow the proceeds to be used to pay off higher interest loans, allowing greater flexibility by lowering yearly payment obligations immediately, improving the cash position of the operation, and improving financial health much more quickly than requiring the state loan to be paid off in full. It's my belief that this easement will in no way jeopardize the state's investment as outlined by their standards. I see this easement as a win for conservation, agriculture in the state of Wyoming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them. And I also believe the director of the Sheridan County Land Trust, Brad Bowers, on the line also to help answer any questions that I might not be able to answer.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mitzel. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Mitzel, thank you for being here. A couple of questions. Are you interested in a solution where the easement was granted, but the proceeds from the easement have to be applied directly to the loan balance, or are you not interested in that at this time?
Yes, Madam Auditor, that I kind of tried to work in that process to maybe apply, pay off a percentage of the loan balance, the state loan balance. So yes, that'd be something I'd be interested in. And I guess that amount or that percentage of the outstanding loan balance, I guess, would be the question, I guess, is what the state or the board was looking for.
And just a quick follow-up. What is the schedule of the payment that you receive for the easement? Is that a lump sum or does it come over time? And that's just my ignorance, but I appreciate an answer.
No problem, Madam Auditor. It is a lump sum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just to clarify quickly, I was going to cover it. There was a question about the appraisal. There was an extensive conservation easement appraisal that was required by NRCS. Basically appraise the property as is, and then after the easement is placed on it. And that is how the value of the easement was derived. And then it was also, that easement was reviewed in their own opinions made by the in-house State Lands and Investment Board appraiser.
All right. For follow-up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and tell me if this let me ask the question in a way that it may be appropriate. My understanding is that the payment received for the easement is more than the outstanding loan held by the state. Is that accurate?
This is Mr. Mitzel. Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all.
Okay, and just for clarification purposes, then I thought, Mr. Mitzel, you had mentioned that part of the hope for outcome from that conservation easement was that you might be able to reduce some of your higher interest notes, or did I misunderstand that?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Very good. And I guess for the director or for Beth, I think Mr. Mitzel mentioned that the state's appraiser said that this was okay. And I just wanted to, I mean, I guess my assumption that means that the state would still have adequate collateral. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe, and Mr. Bump, you can correct me if I'm wrong since you're over the appraisers, but the individual who did the appraiser, his appraisal was reviewed by one of our appraisers, Dave Bartlett. But the underlying appraisal, as I understand it, the appraiser said yes, that there would be enough value left, if you will, with respect to the land, even with the conservation easement sitting on it. However, he did not go into any of the other concerns that we have. The loan to value ratio is still within our parameters for our rules and regulations. We're just simply concerned about, in the event we would need to foreclose, our ability to turn the property because of the restrictions that have been placed on it.
Yeah, and thank you. That was the clarification I was looking for. Trying to think of how to ask the next part of this, Madam Director, really goes to, have we had any experience like this, where we've tried to actually recover a situation with a conservation easement?
Mr. Chairman, not in my tenure, but I would yield to Ms. Blackwell. Perhaps she has obviously more history than I do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have not encountered such a request as this. One thing to note is, from our point of view as the lender, loan to value doesn't pay a loan back, cash flow does. So that could also be, that part came into consideration in our analysis as well.
Well, and I think it would probably be our highest hope that we wouldn't have to foreclose on anyone. So then the other question is, and I guess this would go to the Sheridan Land Trust. If we were going to subordinate, we probably would want to understand what the terms of the conservation easement are. It's obviously to protect agricultural purposes, but those are complex documents. And I don't know if we have seen those.
Mr. Chairman, this is Brad Bauer, the
the director of the Sheridan Community Land Trust. I believe that the deed of conservation easement was included in materials that Beth and her colleagues were able to provide. Hopefully they were. But it should be noted that the deed of conservation easement is based on a Natural Resource Conservation Service template and has received, as Mr. Mitchell pointed out, extensive review to ensure that it meets the ability of the future landowners to use the property for agricultural uses.
And thank you. And I was aware of that. I guess I really wanted to sort of phrase it more in terms of how do we deal with the terms of this conservation easement if we assume that. And then, Mr. Treasurer, I'll have you next.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we subordinate our mortgage to this conservation easement, then the terms of the conservation easement will apply to anyone that buys the property from us. They will be taking it subject to the easement. So we may be able to look at certain terms that may not run with the land, but this is a very complicated issue and I would not want to take that up without significant research.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peters. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could we go to, I think it's, and I hope I'm in the right spot. I think it's section 14 on page 9, easement valuation, assignment of grantee transfers by grantor. And looking at that, I'm thinking that if I'm reading this right, that the proportionate share for the conservation easement was 52.7% of the value of the appraised price. Is that correct? And I guess this might be to either staff or to our conservation easement person on the phone.
This is Mr. Mitchell. I believe that's correct. 52% of the value.
Okay, and so we've got basically our collateral is 52.7% less. And Mr. Mitchell, you owe somewhere around, was it 309,000 plus interest? Accrued interest, something like that?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct.
So do we know if that figure is, somewhere ballpark like 320? I think Beth is going to take a look at that and tell us exactly.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I'm currently locked out of our system, so I'm getting unlocked and asking a staff to look at it. I apologize.
I think I can work with round numbers and see if anybody feels that this would be an appropriate thing is to take the current balance of the loan, pay all the interest off, and then whatever the principal is, have that principal reduced by the proceeds of the conservation easement by 52.7%. And then we go on about our way, because that seems like the appropriate thing to do, that if you have a straws, a property right straw, and you take it away and your property now is almost 53% less, your collateral's been reduced to keep you in the same collateral proportional status. You reduce the loan after interest has been paid up by that amount that your collateral's been reduced. And I think that would be an appropriate consideration. And that's, I think pretty much where I'm at. So you're sitting there probably paying the interest off and getting the principal down to about 140,000.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the outstanding interest due on the loan as of today is $3,898.30. So their overall payment, overall balance is right around 313, a little more than that.
What's the principal itself?
The principal is $309,743.25.
I don't think you need to proportionalize the amount that's current as far as the current, that all gets paid, the interest all gets paid, and you proportionalize the principal amount left on it. And that I think would leave Mr. Mitchell with a sizable amount of money to reduce high interest loans and puts the state in the same proportional collateral position that we were. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for discussion on that, and if it's appropriate, after discussion, I'd make the motion or ask for, or I'll make the motion and see if anybody wants to second it for discussion. We can vote it up, vote it down.
Let's discuss for a little bit first. Mr. Treasurer, thanks, and I appreciate your work on that. I'm still trying to understand why the conservation easement needs to be in a first position.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's a requirement of the federal funding source that they are using to purchase this easement.
And a portion of that is also the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust too, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm afraid I may need some slow walking through the proposal or the discussion item laid out by the treasurer, because as I'm reading, maybe I'm mixing some apples and oranges, but if a percentage of the principal, the unpaid principal is paid down, there's not a proportional percentage of value that's added or taken away from the property, correct? Can you just walk through that a little bit more slowly and make sure that I'm understanding the discussion item you put down and also understanding the paperwork in front of me as I'm reading it and just described?
Yeah,
Thank you.
And I'll read from section 14, page 9. It says, the holder and the United States stipulate that the fair value of the conservation easement is 52.7%. Herein, the proportionate share of the fair market value of the land unencumbered by this conservation easement. So the way I look at it is that the total value of it, if we're looking at it, and I'm not sure what well, I can tell you what the conservation easement is here. It's 94.1% of the 309,743 plus I'm assuming they had the 38 there. So 0.941 times 309 point. I didn't need a 0.743. I have to do that in my head. So they got essentially 291,468, and that's what 94% of it is, plus the 3,898, 16, 13, 5, 9, 2. So you divide 295,300 divided by 0.941. So they got about 314,000 in for the conservation easement. And so basically they said that was
52% of the value of the place. So we're probably overvaluing our appraisal compared to the NRCS. But that being said, essentially it's reduced their appraised value of the property by $314,000.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Treasurer. I was wondering if staff might want to comment on that. I think I'm still reading it a little bit differently, and I think maybe you can help me understand if I'm looking at something different than the treasurer is, or what that looks like.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I believe the secretary is looking at the percentages within the conservation easement, whereas the numbers you're looking at on the board matter are from an appraisal. And so you've got percentages over here, and then, so you're kind of got apples and oranges.
Yep.
Unfortunately. We focused on the oranges, the numbers, the actual tangible, what is going to happen to our collateral since we're the lender. We were really trying to look at this from a lender point of view of, like the director stated, if unfortunately we had to foreclose on this loan, how are we going to make the corpus whole? How are we going to recoup our funds? And with the restrictions on these lands, people may not be interested in coming and purchasing it. And maybe we value it at, $894,000. That doesn't mean that's what someone's willing to pay with all these restrictions on the property due to the conservation easement. So we're looking at it from a point of view of making sure the state is adequately secured, which we are because of our loan to value. But I don't think the state is solely a collateral-based lender. We also want to make sure that we're secured in other ways. And I think having the ability to sell a property at the highest and best use is in the best interest of the state. We never plan on foreclosing on anyone, but you always have to play the what if game when you're the lender of, well, what if this happens? How do we adjust and how do we deal with that? If that answers your question.
Helps, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the good auditor asked this question, but I'm looking at under the synopsis of the board matter. It says Mr. Mitchell indicated he would be willing to pay off his loan with the state in order to place this. Then the answer I heard was a percentage of, and that's not the same. I read this to mean if he would be willing to apply 100% of the proceeds he receives for the easement to pay us off. And then that would take care of all this.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, when we spoke with Mr. Mitchell, he did indicate that he would be willing to do that. We discussed a partial mortgage release. He wasn't interested in that. We didn't necessarily discuss a proportionate decrease. We didn't discuss that in detail or really at all.
Mr. Chairman, I guess to try to make it kind of clear, let's forget about the land and have a thing like you've got two automobiles. One's worth $5,270 and one is, $4,730. And you basically sell the $5,270 and you've got a loan on both of them. And so now you go to the bank and you have to pay off that loan on the $5,270 car, but you still owe the loan on the other vehicle. And so that's basically splitting the property straws proportionally. And so that's kind of what I was looking at. But if Mr. Mitchell wants to pay it all off, the state's in a better position. He's got his conservation dollars. You both go down the road.
So, and thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Beth, I guess, as I'm thinking about this, I mean, this is really a creative and novel way to get yourself started, and you take advantage of the beginning farmer loan, which is why we have it. And then you sell a portion of the value off for conservation easement. If you want to be a farmer, that's certainly appropriate in the correct way. And now you have capital that help pay off and defray some of the other loans you may have acquired along the way. All of that's good. So then the question I guess I have is, there's we're talking about how we deal with a lot of the valuations on this. If Mr. Mitzel pays this off, is he going to be able to reapply for a beginning farmer loan? He will not. So that is out of the question. Because in some ways that would be the cleanest approach here, because we'd have a new way of valuing it, and we wouldn't be faced with the question of, do we have enough collateral? And I think that it is also interesting that we can talk about what encumbrances mean in terms of value of land, but one of the problems with conservation easements is that doesn't necessarily hold up in the marketplace. Sometimes these lands, because they're eased, actually sell for more than they would be. And I think there is some question, whether that's still a viable tax strategy. And who knows how that goes. But Mr. Mitzel, are you, I'm sort of thinking you're north of Sheridan. Am I in the right location, or are you kind of more down by Story?
Mr. Chairman, I'm real close to Lighter, so.
You're Lighter. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that's Clear Creek that is going there.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Clear Creek.
Yeah.
Clear Creek flows through the place.
Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah. Madam Auditor.
I have another quick question for Mr. Mitzel, and I don't mean this to sound blunt, but I think it'll help me understand. Mr. Mitzel, what will happen if we don't grant this easement?
Madam Auditor, I'm not 100% sure. My understanding is if you don't grant the subordination, then to do the easement, to complete the easement, I will need to pay off the entire balance of the state land board loan at the closing of the easement, is my understanding.
Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up.
Yes, Madam Auditor.
So I think, and this question is then for staff, we had pondered one way forward would be making the subordination contingent on him paying the loan off. But I think what he just said, in my mind, that's actually a non-action, because that's what would have to happen anyway. Is that accurate or not quite?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, it's my understanding that he prefers not to pay off the full value of the state farm loan. With us, as you've heard today, we do have some concerns and issues with not doing that. But if he wanted to go forward with the easement, I think that would be the criteria that he would have to pay it off in order to receive the funds, because that's a requirement of the conservation easement program and laws, if you will.
Yeah, Mr.
And
Chairman.
just a quick follow-up, please.
Yeah,
And
please,
so a motion by this board to say, yes, will subordinate, but you have to use the proceeds to pay off the loan is neither helpful nor harmful. It's kind of the situation as if we did nothing.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I would have a question for Mr. Mitzel, which would be, would you be able to close the easement without and then receive the payment before paying off the state's mortgage. I think it was my understanding that that was not going to be an option and that the subordination needed to precede the closing of the easement and you receiving payment, and then you would have the money. Am I misunderstanding here?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, yes, that is my understanding, that the conservation easement cannot be closed without one of two things happening, either the state subordinating the position or the loan being paid off in full.
So you would not receive the money, sorry, Mr. Chairman. So you would not receive the money to pay off the loan until after the easement has closed?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Chairman, one of the other options that we proposed that wasn't great, but is an option, just so you're all aware, is he could potentially refinance this loan with a regular financial institution that doesn't have the constraints that we have to operate under related to this farm loan program. They have a little more flexibility on how they work with their borrowers, and they may be more interested in working with Mr. Meitzel on making that loan and working with him to make sure that the conservation easement is placed on his property.
I guess a question for the Sheridan Land Trust. You would probably prefer this be, the subordination has to do with the fact that you would rather have it unencumbered, is that correct? With any, I mean, you're in first position on it?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. That's the requirement of the Natural Resource Conservation Service, the federal funding that's coming to the project, that they need to be first in position so that conservation easement holds in the event that that mortgage, those subservient mortgages are foreclosed on.
And so what would the risk be to the Sheridan Land Trust in this transaction? Is there a place that you would have to go? Let's say Mr. Meitzel didn't adhere to the conditions or something like that. That's a liability then to you?
Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Meitzel didn't follow the terms of the conservation easement, is that what you're asking? Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Meitzel doesn't follow the terms of the conservation easement, like any conservation easement, we have a duty to ensure that those terms are being followed, and we would then take legal action to right the situation.
And because this really is about tax code, then are you responsible for unpaid taxes? I guess I'm trying to understand what the potential liability for you would be.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And I'm simply going back to the issues that came up during the Shady Lane, which you may or may not be aware of, the Barcy Ranch that was on Clear Creek a little further up, where a landowner decided he could not adhere to the terms of the easement and just unilaterally took it off. It's a different set of circumstances from what the Sheridan Land Trust would be, but was able to convince convince the commissioners in Johnson County at the time that that the easement was null and void. Ended up in a legal battle. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting there. We feel quite confident in the strength of the conservation easement, especially having the federal government as lead partner with us on this project.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, and
You
the reason
brought
I followed that line of reasoning was just to understand what the downside would be if we're in a second position. And I guess I'm not thinking that anybody's going to be jumping ahead of us, but.
Yeah, yeah. And I just, there are going to be some taxes, I'm sure, on conservation easements. It's not free money and tax-free, I'm assuming. And so I guess the way I look at it, he's going to net back about $250,000. Is he necessarily, if he pays this off, he's going to have to go to the bank and borrow money at a higher rate just to pay his federal income tax. So, that's kind of between a rock and a hard spot there. But yeah, if you do it proportional, he'd have to pay us about $168,000, and then we're in line. But then you do have that situation that you brought up, and I'm not sure how that would work. But I guess I have a question for the land trust guy. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. But would you be amenable for the state to take a position on the proceeds of the conservation easement? So we know that we're protected in the transactional period? A title company just handles this, but, and it goes into an escrow. And I guess, so the question is, would you give us I guess a lien on the proceeds, or would you pay that into an escrow? And everything would be, our subordination would be contingent upon, getting paid.
That Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, Brad Bauer here, Sheridan Community Land Trust Director. Excellent question. I think that would be, like you said, with the title company, we would do a simultaneous closing where the conservation easement is closed at the same time that the funds are transferred to the state for whatever proportional pay down that you guys are requiring to subordinate the conservation easement. It would be all in what we'd have to develop jointly to share with the title company for closing instructions.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm close to $250,000 after taxes. And that's about all the free cash he's going to have if he's going to pay his capital gains tax. Assuming it's capital gains because it's part of the land.
Right. So Mr. Treasurer, and just for clarification on my part, did I understand you to say that should the state subordinate that the proportional amount of the diminution of the value of the land would be paid off, so that we would essentially in the ratio be the same as where we are today?
Right. That's about 168,000. That pays off the interest and gives us our proportional share based on the NRCS's valuation of the land, not our evaluation of the land. If you use our evaluation of the land, which I think is higher than the NRCS's, then there'd be all kinds of money left over. But if it was 52% of our evaluation, but it's not. It's a lower evaluation or appraisal, from what I can tell.
Right, but I guess for the purposes of my understanding on this, essentially, ratio-wise, we'd be in the same position. The land would have the encumbrance of an easement on it, and this is the part I guess I was trying to get with the land trust is they would have the first position and the call on any provision there, but it doesn't appear that they would have any reason to call that. So essentially, though we are subordinate, we are more or less in the same first position, if I'm understanding that correctly. And maybe I'm wrong, but is that making any sense, Mr. Peters? Am I?
Mr. Chairman, we would be in the first position as far as foreclosing on the property, but when we foreclose on the property, I believe I'd have to actually double check the easement on that. But at the very least, when we foreclose on the property, we will certainly be taking it with all of the restrictions of the easement.
Right, but it wouldn't, in other words, the land trust would be the only element in this whole transaction that would have basically a first call on value. There's no money involved, so they would have no reason to actually call on the loans. So if one of the other loans defaulted and it was, then part of this was, and I guess I don't know if we're pledged we should be free and clear of any other pledges, right? So we're clean. We're just subordinating below the land trust that would have no reason to call money, is I guess at the end of the day what I'm asking.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's correct. I'm looking quickly through the remedies section of the easement, and I don't see any right to foreclose or anything along those lines. There are enforcement rights that they could exercise, but I don't believe they would be able to foreclose on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's correct. It just boils back down to the diminished value if we even in second place or first place, we'd still have diminished value, I think is the ultimate question. But I think you're correct in that they wouldn't be owed any money. And so there'd be no reason for them to do anything regardless of whether or not they had that remedy.
And so, Mr. Treasurer, if I understand your proposal correctly, you just say pay down the difference.
Yeah, just pay down all the interest and the proportional amount on the loan based on the assessment of what the fair market value was in relationship to the conservation easement proceeds.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
One thing just to bring up for discussion, and this I'm trying to simplify, which may end up complicating it, but I think both the treasurer and I's math puts that number, bringing the loan down somewhere to like 146 to 148,000-ish. And I'm wondering if the same proposal could be made to just bring it down to X amount as opposed to having the staff jump through complicated hoops to do the math at a point in time. And that certainly complicates any potential motions. I mean, just a thought to say, the loan shall be paid down to this much, to X amount. So just a thought.
Okay. Mr. Mitzel, if you followed all of our conversation, does any of that make sense to you?
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. It makes sense, is clear to me. And I think that sounds fair and reasonable.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Mitzel, you should have about 80 grand after you pay your capital gains tax. If I'm assuming that you're getting about a quarter, that you're getting about 15 million out of the conservation easement. And I think my math is close, but you know exactly what you're getting. I'm not asking you, I guess.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
So let me, Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if Osley staff would just weigh in on potential pitfalls or challenges that they see with what we just discussed on the dais.
And Mr. Chairman, just briefly, and this is potentially a pitfall and also potentially clarification of my earlier answer. I do believe that the easement does give the holder the right to pursue money damages in case that there is a violation of the easement. So there might be some chance that other parties would be able to pursue monetary damages from the property owner, but no foreclosure rights. So that is a potential. That is a potential.
And thank you. And that was the point I was asking of the land trust. So, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I think our biggest concern really is looking forward in the unfortunate event that we would have to foreclose on the property. Once you put a conservation easement that completely limits all future types of development and instills those rights in the grantee or the folks that will be holding the conservation easement, in our opinion, the ability to market and resell that property may be greatly diminished because of the lack of sticks in the bundle, if you will, that you still have in your ability to even grow the current operations on the property. You'll notice, I think, impervious surfaces, they're only allowed to grow by 2%. So in my mind, that means that you're limited in the number of buildings and things like that that you can construct in the future and that sort of thing. And it essentially turns consent for development over to a third party. So I think that's kind of our main concern moving forward is just, in the circumstance of foreclosure, that may limit our ability to turn the property.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
And yeah, just 1 second, Mr. Treasurer, and thank you. And the only other thing, Beth, I guess I would ask if instead of being antecedent, it was precedent that we had a conservation easement on a property. Have we ever dealt with that? Have we ever put a beginning loan on an eased property?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot think of a time that we have done that. For the most part, all of our beginning ag loans are secured with a first lien on the property.
Yeah. Is there a statutory requirement to that, Mr. Peters? I know, for example, the treasurer and I deal with things where it is required we be in first.
Mr. Chairman, it's our recollection that the state has to be first or second, but we're not sure off the top of our heads whether that's in rule or statute.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know that this goes back a long time when I was on Joint Ag years ago. We had a lot of conservation easement discussions then. And one of the things that came up was a lot of the conservation easements had an exclusion that would allow a 40-acre tract around the farmstead and allow up to one subdivision within that 40 acres. And I don't know whether Mr. Mitchell's got anything like that, but that was one of the things that a lot of conservation easements had. And that goes into the fine print, I guess. And I do agree with the director is that we're losing all of our other rights except for the right of the current use. So, and whether or not it's sufficiently, we're recognizing it with a proportional part of the loan. I guess I think we're getting pretty darn close. I don't think with 140,000 left over on 420 acres in first position, I feel comfortable with that much collateral just for agricultural use. So.
All right. Well, thanks, board. I think we've probably covered quite a bit of ground here. What is your pleasure?
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to get it off the mark, I would make a motion that the loan be reduced to 140,000 from proceeds, and that the Office of State Lands, OSLI, take the necessary steps to do a simultaneous transaction that protects the distribution of enough proceeds to get the loan down to 140,000 with all interest paid.
Okay. Do we have, Madam Director, does that motion seem to make sense to you?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it does make sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Still doesn't like it though.
Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. The motion's been made by the treasurer and seconded by the auditor. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be a no vote on this simply because I think that this program in particular puts the state in a unique position as the lender, as essentially the bank. And I'm uncomfortable moving forward in a fashion that, given that fact, I'm uncomfortable voting for this. I appreciate the creativity. I appreciate trying to get there. I appreciate our willingness and commitment to helping out our agriculture professionals in the state. I just am not sure this is the best route to do that.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and this I have another question for staff, and I'm most certainly oversimplifying the question in my mind, and there's more than this to it, I recognize, but one piece that I'm looking at, and I think the treasurer said it straight out, if we were to foreclose, which we hope we don't, but is possible, that's why we're having this discussion, could we sell 420 acres of land in Sheridan County with an easement on it for at least $140,000? And therefore the state's interest would be protected. Are there massive flaws in that thinking? And I appreciate if there are, I'd prefer to know about that. Or am I missing some key component of the way foreclosure would work? Because frankly, my knee-jerk reaction is I'd buy 420 acres of land in Sheridan County for $140,000. But again, I don't want to be, oversimplify it.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think the price of land is determined at the time that you are selling it. And without a crystal ball and not knowing that, logically, you would think you could get $140,000. We don't know what the future holds,
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I would just add on 400 and some odd acres that you can't develop differently than how it is today. And that might be impactful when you look at the pool of potential purchasers. Now, some people may want exactly this operation at this point in time in this particular way, and it works fine. The problem is we just, as Beth said, we just don't have a crystal ball. So that's really the risk reward benefit I believe that the board needs to decide.
One quick follow-up is the actual homestead property on this is okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and just as color to what you say, it appears from the photographs there are two pivots that are on the property. If you take that straight up valuation, it's about $333 an acre. So I think that's pretty good.
I'm probably getting a bidding war.
Yeah, but and I'm not trying to color this in any way or other. I'm trying to work a little bit with that. The one thing that is troubling me about this is and I may be going to gymnastics, is 16.6 and using the state's money to benefit a private individual. And if we are using Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust funds, in addition to federal funds and other funds to match this, we do have a 16.6 potential issue. And I just, that was one question I wanted to just finally frame for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't opine as to what the that separate agency is going to be doing, but I do believe that that is a separate question than the question before the board. The question before the board is whether or not to subordinate the mortgage, and the Slib board would not be authorizing any expenditure of funds through this decision. I trust the attorneys that represent that particular agency, and so I believe that they will have done their due diligence on that, but I don't know how they would address that particular question.
Very good. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? All right. All in favor, please signify. I guess we should probably do this by roll call. Does that make sense, or do we think we have a roll call? So Superintendent, you've already indicated. Now, a no vote from the superintendent. Mr. Secretary.
I'm a no.
The secretary votes no. Madam Auditor.
Aye.
Madam Auditor votes aye. Mr. Treasurer.
Aye.
Mr. Treasurer votes aye. Thank you all. Love you guys to death. I will be an aye on this one. So. Thank you. And thank you, staff. A really complicated set of issues and hopefully our precedent here. So the motion is pretty clear, I believe. And so with that, thanks, Mr. Mitzel. Congratulations.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that brings us down to the H matters. The first one is H1, to consider modifying grant conditions for an awarded Chapter 3 mineral royalty grant for the Yoder Fire Protection District. At the January 21st, 2021 Special State Loan and Investment Board meeting, the Yoder Fire Protection District was awarded $217,500 to assist with the purchase of a heavy brush fire truck. The awarded grant included the requirement that the applicant competitively bid the unit. The district has located a demo heavy brush truck and is requested to purchase the demo rather than competitively bidding the apparatus as required by the grant. The concerns are due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Competitively bidding the new apparatus and having that built from scratch could be very lengthy given some of the supply chain issues that we are experiencing. The demo truck of interest to the district has approximately 150 miles recorded, which is actually comparable to a new apparatus at the time of delivery. This will have a savings to the district of approximately 20%. Because this is not considered a new truck. And additionally, as I mentioned, this would be readily available for utilization during this fire season. They would not need to wait for a new apparatus to be built from scratch. We've asked our folks over in the State Forestry Division and then the State Fire Marshal's Office and the Attorney General's Office to kind of vet this request. And I do not believe there were any concerns. Ms. Blackwell, am I missing anything? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions for the staff? Any question for the staff? If there are none, is there anyone from the town of Yoder Fire or from Yoder Fire District that would like to address the board? I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Bump. So with that, what is the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the board approve the Yoder Fire Protection District's request to purchase the demo heavy brush truck, waiving the requirement of a competitive bid and having a new truck built as required under the board's initial grant conditions imposed at the January 21st, 2021 Slib meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is H2, to consider one application for a Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the town of Upton, Wyoming. The town of Upton is requesting $380,000 in emergency grant funding to address a failing dike and outfall structure on the south side of its lagoon number 3. Apparently, the structure is leaking and in need of replacement. Repair work has been done on a regular basis to the dike and outfall, but leakage continues to be a problem. Due to the current and prior leakage issues, the overall integrity of the entire section of the dike is questionable. The proposed project would include installation of a new dike 100 feet to the north of the existing dike and installation of a new outfall structure and extended piping to the existing outfall. The town intends to leave the existing dike in place to save on removal costs. The current request of $380,000 is about 95% of the total project costs. The remaining 5% match will come from the town's reserves. The staff believes that this project is a good project and meets the definition of emergency as required by the rules. We've also had our sister agencies, the Department of Environmental Quality, Water Quality Division, review the application. They also recommend approval as an emergency. So it's our recommendation that the board approve the town of Upton's application for $380,000 in emergency MRG funding to address the failing dike and outfall structure on the south side of its lagoon number 3. With that, Beth Blackwell and I would stand for any questions the board might have.
Any questions from the board? Is there anyone from, I think we've all had a chance to talk to Mark. Yeah, I don't know if Mark is on. Always good to hear from you, Mark. If I see your hand is raised.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. This is new to me, so it's the first time I actually spoke on a Zoom meeting, so I'm trying to figure out my buttons here. I appreciate the recommendation, and if you folks have any further questions for me.
I don't think anybody does. We just wanted to make sure you were paying attention.
I sure have been. All morning.
Thank you, Mark. And there are two legislators from your neck of the woods. I think Senator Driscoll has Upton in your district, don't you? Anything you would like to say? Go Wildcats. Okay, very good. And Representative Nyman, forgive me, but I don't know if Upton is in your district. And so you're going to say go Wildcats too. Bobcats. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that we approve Town of Upton's application for $380,000 in emergency MRG to address the failing dike and outfall structure on the south side of its lagoon number 3.
I will second, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is H3. Consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the city of Torrington, Wyoming. The city of Torrington is requesting $437,931 in emergency grant funding to address a broken water main and the associated damage to some of their streets. Apparently on April 11th of this year, the city water department responded to a water main leak on Ridge Road at Hillcrest. The formation of a void under the pavement resulted in the collapse of the east side of Ridge Road and broke and separated the water main completely. The city believes that the entire street, including curbs, gutters, and sidewalks along Ridge Road, have experienced some degree of undermining. The city plans to replace both the broken water main and the entire street section between Hillcrest Drive and Park Avenue. The request of $437,931 is equal to 75% of the total project costs. The remaining 25% match will come from the city's water reserves. The Staff believes that the City of Torrington's project is a good project and meets the definition of an emergency under the rules. We also had the Department of Environmental Quality, Water Quality Division, the Water Development Office, and the Wyoming Department of Transportation review the application. They concur that and believe the project to fit within the emergency definition. So it's our recommendation that the board approve the City of Torrington's application for $437,931 in emergency MRG funding to address the broken water main and the associated damage to Ridge Road. And with that, Ms. Blackwell and I would stand for any questions from the board.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions for the staff? Hearing none. Is there anyone from the City of Torrington wishing to address the board? Mr. Troxel, I see your hand is raised.
You can press *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
This is Jeff Harkins, the Director of Public Works for the City of Torrington. I'd like to thank the chairman and members of the board for consideration of our grant request. I'm available if you have any questions regarding the project.
Thank you. Any questions? Truly appreciate you being here. It doesn't appear there are any questions. So I will ask the pleasure of the board. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board approve the City of Torrington's application for $437,931 in emergency MRG funding to address the broken water main and the associated damage on Ridge Road.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the secretary, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Congratulations. Let it never be said that your constituents haven't been served. Ocean County represents. Next.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is H4, which is to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant funding for the Salt Creek Joint Powers Board. The Salt Creek Joint Powers Board is requesting $400,000 in emergency grant funding to help fund the design of a 7-mile transmission line replacement project. For the past 5 years, the Joint Powers Board has been experiencing leaking throughout a 7-mile stretch of the transmission line. This section of transmission line is mostly ductile iron and has been adversely affected by corrosive soils. A level 1 study funded through the Wyoming Water Development Commission was complete in August of 2020. The study found that the ductile iron pipe water main has deteriorated from corrosion and recommended that the 7-mile section be replaced. The Joint Powers Board has been awarded 67% grant from the Wyoming Water Development Commission for the project in the amount of $3,604,600. The Joint Powers Board is trying to be proactive and ensure that the cost estimates for the project are as accurate as possible. It doesn't want to begin the project only to discover that funding's not adequate. After review of the project, our staff believes it is a good project, but it just simply fails to meet the definition of an emergency as required under the rules. This would be more of a typical MRG non-emergency application that the board would generally entertain at the appropriate times. The Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, Water Quality Division, the Wyoming Water Development Office do not believe the project fits the definition of an emergency under the MRG rules either. So it's our recommendation that the board deny the Salt Creek Joint Powers Board's application for $400,000 in emergency MRG funding for the design of the 7-mile transmission line replacement project. With that, Ms. Blackwell and I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell, any questions? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is probably for Beth. You note in the staff analysis that they've received the 67 percent from water development. And so the deficit, it says design funding deficit appears to be 177, not the requested 400. But the 67% amount from water development is 3.6 million, which to me, that's construction, right? So I'm confused. They've been awarded 3.6 million for construction, but they're still short on design money. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is if they've got 3.6 million to begin construction, what other remedies or programs are available to them to supplement that amount to finish the construction?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, first question is historically water development funding when they're awarded funds, it's for the design and construction of a project. So that 67% should be able to cover 67% of the design portion of the project as well, not just the construction portion. The other options that the Joint Powers Board has for funding this, they can come and request an SRF loan. I believe that is on their radar. I believe they are on the IUP. They could request capital construction loan funding. I believe they're also working on a special tax to help fund this project. So I believe they're researching all avenues that they can to help fill the void there that we have.
And thank you for that. That's most helpful. The last question would be, when we recognize that this isn't an emergency by statutory definition and deny the amount, or the recommendation denies the amount, they're not delayed in the process of completing or replacing the 7-mile portion, or what's the timeline for that? Do you, if you know?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, it could delay their project in the sense that they're not designing while they're finding all their construction funds. But I believe their water development funding was awarded at least a year ago, if not, I believe it was in 2020. So they could have been working on finding these design funds since then too. So,
and I can direct some of this to I think it's Michelle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beth, I think this is a really quick question. You mentioned and referenced, and it's in here, the $177,540, and that's the 33% of the design fund that would not be covered by the revolving fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I would just say that the price for PVC has gone up about 50% from this spring to what it is for quotes this fall. So, you know, this was going to be PVC pipe, and it was, you know, what total project of a little over 5 million. So there's a pretty good chance that that's going to go up to about 8 million just in pipe cost, depending on how much of that is pipe cost. So studying it's probably not going to do any good for us right now, because we might get when the supply chain clears up, it might be cheaper next fall than it is right now. So, you know, the delay might actually help the situation.
Thank
Still won't be good.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I see that Clerk Treasurer Gibbs is on. You're certainly welcome to address the board.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, the reason that I applied for the design funds now.
Could you speak a little bit closer to the mic and
Absolutely.
also just make sure you identify yourself for the record.
This is Clerk Treasurer Michelle Gibbs from Salt Creek Joint Powers Board. The reason that we applied for the design funds now was the 7 miles that we looked at goes right through the middle of the Salt Creek the Salt Creek oil field. That has always typically been bad soil. Typically, most of our pipeline through there is ductile iron. Our engineer was asked after his initial construction costs were at a little over $10.8 million to scale that back because that was an outrageous amount for water development, which I totally understand. So he scaled it back to $5.3 million instead, with the understanding that he would be using mostly PVC. My fear is that soil is going to be too contaminated to use the PVC, and we're going to have to go back to the ductile iron. When
So can you repeat that? We lost you. Something about the soil being
Sure.
too.
Is that better? Okay, so his fear was, or my fear is that the soil is going to be too contaminated and we're going to have to use the ductile iron, which is a lot more expensive than PVC. I want to make sure that we have enough funding that once we start this project, we can follow it all the way through. And one of the ways that I know to do that is to do the design early. Morrison Merrill's engineer explained that his plan is to test all of the soils every half mile. When he finds soils that are contaminated, to go a quarter of a mile in front and a quarter of a mile behind until he finds uncontaminated soil. And then we would have a better idea of how much ductile iron actually has to go in. The only way I know how to do that now is to start the design early rather than waiting until we start the entire project, which we were just approved in April this year. I just want to make sure that we have the best chance to get the funding to get this 7 miles done so that it doesn't end up costing us any more money.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Any questions from Ms. Gibbs? Any? Madam Superintendent.
I hope I didn't miss this if Ms. Gibbs did address this, but in our information, it talks about leaks that are already happening in deteriorated sections of pipe. And I was wondering what they are doing to address those concerns now to, I guess, to salvage what is workable or fixable at this point.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, we have done $100,000 in repairs to try and maintain that section. But every time you repair a section of ductile iron, it causes more stress on the next section and that section blows. And then you're just fighting a losing battle at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I think I have one more question.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. And this is just hypothetical. If we were able to approve the 33% of the 538,000 today, would you be able to use 67, or would you be able to use your revolving fund, your grant, for the other 67% for planning or for design, excuse me?
and do it early. We would have to wait until the money from Wyoming Water Development came in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, board members, any further questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
And again, recognizing the importance of the project, unfortunately, I'm going to move the director's recommendation of no funding, just with the recognition that the extremely limited nature of these funds, which has, happened over the last several years and is still somewhat a new concept, at least for me, compared to the amount that used to be had. And how important it is to really limit these to projects that truly meet the definition of emergency. So that would be my motion, is to move the director's rec of no funding.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Chairman. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent.
I would just remind the board of our definition of an emergency, and that is a situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the community. And I think we all recognize the importance as well as the criticality of this project, but it does not fall under that definition of emergency.
And Superintendent, thank you. Point well made. It's my hope that this is the kind of project that either we can use American Recovery or Rescue Plan dollars for, or perhaps the infrastructure bill if that ever passes. So regrettably, I would concur with your estimations. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to deny, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Clerk Treasurer, thank you very much. We have you very much in our sights, and I think it's nice that we have legislators here, because these are important programs, and I think hopefully we can put these dollars to good use when they come. But the emergency issue is a big one, and we sometimes have unprecedented things that happen, and we really have to be very mindful of how we use these dollars. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to I-1, countywide consensus matters. This is to consider grant funding for eligible capital projects as certified to the State Loan and Investment Board in Chapter 32 rules, countywide consensus lists submitted to the Office of State Lands and Investments. Mr. Chairman, this typically would be something that we would just have the board approve on a consent list. But as I was told last time, you can't have a consent list of one. So Ms. Blackwell will provide a brief overview of this matter for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And watch us.
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there were 2 applications received for consideration under countywide consensus funding. The first was from Platte County. They're requesting funding from their 2015 countywide consensus pot in the amount of $16,158 for a water tank vent installation and inspection. And the second application came to us from Uinta County. They're requesting to reallocate funds that were awarded in the 2013 biennium, specifically $11,113 to a new grant for a search and rescue drone.
Thank you.
And the director recommends approval of both those.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell, any questions? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's approval on countywide consensus matter.
That's been moved by the superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the K matters, which are Board of Deposits, which is the Treasurer's Office. So I would yield the floor to the Treasurer.
Buttons turned on now, so basically we've got collateral value across all the banks of 200 and almost 45 million, and the amount on deposit is just a little under 116 million, and everybody's got ample amount to essentially provide for any amount that we have on deposit with them.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the treasurer? Hearing none. Mr. Treasurer, I think board matter K2.
K2, Mr. Chairman, this is our approval of the interest rate of the TDOA program. Essentially, we're falling back to our default floor. The rate would be 0.08, and but in light of the floor on our TDOA, we have a rate of 0.25, which is a pretty good rate in and by itself. And we're not trying to gouge these guys. It's just that when interest rates are near zero, it's nice to get a little bit for the state, and 0.25% is I think very reasonable. So I guess I'd stand for any questions. Otherwise, I'd move a recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for the treasurer? Hearing none, Mr. Treasurer, if you want to make the motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would request that the board accept our recommendation for the TDOA rate to be established by using one-year treasury bill average for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, and January 4, 2021 through March 31, 2021, with a floor of 0.25%. That the rate of 0.25% will be for the first quarter of the TDOA contract year 2021 to 2022 to be effective on July 1 through September 30th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a little bit of an update here on the, well, we got the environmental, social, and governance issues. That's been a issue for the board from time to time, and some discussions on it. In response to some of the federal action and communications from John Kerry, the envoy for climate, where there, I guess, is a proposal that that lending institutions do not lend to extractive industries, which would, I think, severely affect our economy. We've put out a survey to our lending institutions to find out whether they have any ESG policies, and we're reviewing those, and whether or not they've been communicated by any federal agencies in regard to these circumstances. So we'll have some information back. Just I can say for the most part that what we've got back is that most of the policies that banks have are concerning ESG. If they have any, are on their websites. You know, we're trying to get some information back from them, and that I think that being said, it's that myself, I prefer free enterprise and not having government getting involved with a bank's business. But we have to, I think, take a look at it and see if there's anything out there. So far, I think most of the banks have responded that they make their loans based on pretty much whether or not their customers can pay them back. And that's probably the way they should run their business. And hopefully, as we go through this process, that the federal government won't get too involved with what our lending institutions can and can't do. So, but we're just kind of monitoring it for right now and trying to get in a dialogue with our lending institutions. So you guys know, we've also asked for not an opinion, but basically some guidance from our AG as far as what, if anything, that we can do as the treasurer's office or as a board. So hopefully we'll get some information back on that. And when we get a little more, we'll share that with you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Obviously an issue that has bothered this board for some time. And I really appreciate your leadership on that. For your information, we are leading an effort of governors to push back against that policy. And I'll keep you apprised on that as well. So, yes, please, Mr. Secretary.
And I noted that, and I know the treasurer is aware of this, but 15 state treasurers, I think it was May 26th, are kind of forming a coalition to pull assets from banks that try to obstruct the fossil fuels industry. I just, whether it's Second Amendment or fossil fuels, I just get tired of if the private sector wants to do that, they're within their rights. But I think that we're well within our rights too, especially if the federal government wants to come down and make it impossible for businesses who they don't politically agree with to do business, then we should follow suit with that on the other side of it. And I feel very strongly about that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, from my perspective, I think if it's within a bank's control, I want to take a close look at it. But if it's something that's not in their control, I don't know how we necessarily punish our banks for what the federal government is doing to them, because they're losing business on one hand if they are lending to the extractive industry. And on the other hand, we're going to punish them. So the business that they do have, they don't have funds to be able to, do the business that they do have. So I think it's a fine line. Anything we can do, I think, to push back. And I agree with the letter that was, circulated by the treasurers. On the one hand, that I'm 100% against the federal government telling how and interfering with free enterprise and capitalism. And that's exactly what they're doing. But on the other hand, it's hard for me to think that I need to punish my banks because they would already be getting hit by the federal government. Why should I lay more on them? So,
right.
It's a fine line. And, I think it's going to be more and more controversial, but that train is on the tracks. And so I'm trying to get some information so we know, how we can help our financial lending institutions do all they can for the folks of Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And I would just note we're in a difficult position in Wyoming because our assets swamp the entire banking capacity of the state of Wyoming. So it's not just an option of we'll pull our funds out of JP Morgan and put them somewhere else.
There's only two institutions that will handle our operational thing, and that's one that we necessarily don't want to work with right now, and another one that's doing a good job. And so I don't know if we want to start the Bank of Wyoming and handle it ourselves
Yeah.
or not. That's,
No,
that's an option, but it's probably not a very effective one.
No, I note that because, for many people, it seems like a fairly simple matter, but the challenge is in fact, the fact that we just don't have the banking capacity in the state to be able to deal with it.
And if you do what I consider would be a nuclear option is not have, I guess approved depositories, then you go to a situation where you're just disrupting our economy.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Any further comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
I would just note, Mr. Chairman, that I think three of us were on this board when we had a mini encounter with this type of issue and needed to make a decision as a board about corresponding with a particular institution. And I think it may have bled over into this board as well. But, I remember thinking and having a conversation on the dais about, this is frightening territory to kind of create this litmus test.
Yeah.
At the same time, we see the federal government and business doing it across the nation in many ways. And we do need to recognize and continue discussing the leverage that we have as a state and the leverage that our assets present to lots of entities that I will not take time to list. And, I recognize that there are lots of nuclear options that could arise from that, but I think it would behoove us as a board to continue talking about that and talking about everything from more mattresses in Wyoming so we can put our money under them to really out of the box and innovative thinking about how we protect our assets and our values as a state.
Mr. Chairman, I think the federal government is actually doing something unconstitutional with the Commerce Clause and interfering with it. To the extent that we could develop a cohesive response just to those type of actions as a board, I think I'd be totally in favor of it. I'm not in favor of necessarily a punitive thing, punishing people that are already being punished, by the circumstances. But I think that we're certainly, I think, within our wheelhouse to have an opinion on it.
Well, very good. Thank you for the discussion. Any more? Well, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board. So if you all are ready, I would recommend we convene as the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Okay, and Beth is running away.
Yes.
Secretary has asked for a short break. Is that all right with everyone?
Sure.
All right, very good. So, Madam Director, does 15 minutes does that seem enough?
Yeah, I'm just looking for a sandwich.
Looking for a sandwich. Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. convene as the Board of Land Commissioners.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first item on the Board of Land Commissioners agenda is approval of the April 8th, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting.
Members of the board, I would entertain a motion or a correction if you have one.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
I would move to approve the April 8th, 2021 Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item under tab B, we have supplied the board with the usual reports. We don't have anything to add to them at this point, but we would stand for any questions you might have.
Any questions from members of the board? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the board with the materials for this meeting in advance, and we have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
I think that would be in order without objection.
Okay. The proposed consent list, D1, D3 through D10, E1 through E2, F1 through F7, G1 through G2, H1, and I1.
Okay, members of the board, I think you've heard the director recommend a consent list consisting of D1, D3 to 10, E1 and 2, F1 through 7, G1 and 2, H1 and I1. Is that correct, Director?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
I would entertain a motion for that consent list if.
I'd move that consent list as stated.
Thank you, Auditor. Seconded by the Secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have that consent list. I would now entertain the Director's recommendation for items on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the director's recommendation on the approved consent list.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first item, or the next item on the Board of Land Commissioners agenda is C1. And this is to consider proposed rule changes, Chapter 4, Grazing and Agricultural Leasing. The proposed rule changes have to deal with addressing our vacant land leasing. I will yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder, who is in Sheridan at the stock growers meeting. I think he's here virtually, and he will introduce the matter for the board.
Thank you, Deputy Director. I think my wife is up there. Can you make sure she doesn't get into trouble?
Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best, and I really didn't want my location to be known. I'm not really liked in this area at the moment, so we tried to go a little incognito. I parked the state car in the back even, so I'll try to find her, but no promises.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Members of the board, good afternoon. C1 is to reissue authorization of the regular rulemaking process for Chapter 4, Grazing and Agricultural Leasing, and specifically to initiate a process for vacant land leasing. A little bit of history and background. On April 9th, 2020, the board directed OSLI to restart the vacant land leasing process with respect to 2 directors' decisions. So the office did initiate that process and provided to the board on October 1st, 2020, a set of rules and a request for authorization to begin the regular rulemaking process. The board granted us that authority, and we moved forward in beginning that process. However, in that authorization, the board also added an amendment to the set of rules that we provided it at that time. As we worked through inserting that amendment into the draft set of rules, we were made aware that the legislature also was taking up a similar effort, and specifically through Senate File 114. We decided it prudent to take a couple steps back and participate in the legislative process and have that inform the rulemaking process as we go forward to guard against rules that possibly ran adversary to statute that was passed by the legislature. As the board is aware, the legislature did pass Senate File 114 and it was later vetoed. So we don't have that as guidance any further to help us in this venture. However, as we went through that process, we gleaned a lot of information from the discussions and the participation that we had. And we bring to you this set of rules out of all of that discussion and participation. So real quickly, Mr. Chairman, I can run through the process that we would like to have the board allow us to move forward with in this regular rulemaking process and the process that vacant lands could be leased going forward. Mr. Chairman, the regular rulemaking process is to add a couple of changes throughout the rules, just cleanup of words, of punctuation, of identifying features within already existing rules, but it is also to add Section 6. And so with your permission, I will just run through the provisions of Section 6 so that we're all aware, because this is somewhat different than what we talked about in October of last year.
Thank you, Deputy. You please go ahead.
Subsection A is a clarifying statement, and it goes along with existing statute. That's 365105A. But basically, subsection A sets the mindset for the vacant land leasing process, in that we will do so in a manner that shall inure to the greatest benefit of the trust beneficiaries. Subsection B is a description of filing periods, and that the filing period for applications to lease vacant lands will be set by the office and by advertisement. Subsection C indicates that if we were to receive 2 applications for the same piece of vacant land, that we would consider those applications to be in conflict, and we would handle them under the provisions of existing statutes 363102, 365105, and 365108, as well as Chapter 1 of these rules, which allows us to move into a hearing process through the Office of Administrative Hearings. And then we start getting into the actual process of the office as it analyzes the applications received during a vacant land bidding process. And that is that if we receive conflicting applications, immediately we will determine if any of the applicants are eligible for the preference as described in 365105B, meaning are they an applicant of the citizen? Is the applicant a bona fide resident of the state of Wyoming? And is the applicant a legal entity authorized to do and transact business in the state of Wyoming? Do they have actual necessary use for the land? Are they owners, lessees, or lawful occupants of adjoining lands? And did they offer to pay the annual rental at not less than the fair market rate? In the event that no applicant qualifies for that preference as just described and described in 365105B, then the director would issue a director's decision based on the qualifications of the applicant, the rental offered, and any other attributes that would inure to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries. And largely that is monetary. So the highest bid in that situation would likely receive the director's conditional award of lease through that director's decision. However, if one of those applicants does or is eligible for the preference as described earlier, then the director would request a final bid from all of the conflicting applicants. So this is an important distinction that if there is one applicant that is eligible for the preference as described, we move into the secondary bidding process. It doesn't matter as the rules are written now, if that preferred or that applicant with the eligible for the preference was the high bidder, the low bidder, a middle bidder, we move into a secondary bidding option immediately to determine who would ultimately win that bid, and then the director would issue her decision based on that. It's important to note also that all of this is done with the ability or with the normal process of the director issuing a decision. That decision conditionally awards the lease, and all applicants always hold the right to appeal that decision, and we move into the Office of Administrative Hearings normal process as well. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but a little bit of color of how we came to this is we were trying to marry both subsection A and subsection B of existing statute 36.5.105. In both of those statutes, the word all presents itself. So subsection A, it states all state land leased by the State Board of Land Commissioners for grazing and agricultural purposes shall be leased in a manner and to such parties as shall inure to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries. Subsection B also states, subsection B also states that preference shall in all cases be given to applicants who hold the attributes that I just went forward with, or just relayed to you. So we were trying to marry both of those alls in the statute and employ them in a process that could be defendable, easily followed, and at the end of the day, inure to the greatest benefit of the beneficiaries. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. And I just want to comment, this is a complicated set of issues, and so I really appreciate everyone, including the legislature's attention to this matter, just because it is a delicate set of circumstances. So with that, let me open it to the board for questions of Mr. Deputy Crowder. Any questions? Mr. Treasurer, and then I'll recognize the auditor next.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Jason, or Deputy Crowder, we'll use titles here, I guess. When we were having our I guess interpretation of this, and you guys were going around and telling us what the rules actually were, you, if I recall, basically said that if you had someone that had qualified under B as preferential and was the highest bidder in the first bidding process, that they would still have to go to a secondary bidding arrangement. And that was something that gave me heartburn. And I guess nothing has changed from a couple of days ago till today. That's still the case, I'm assuming.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct. We haven't made a change from our initial offering of this draft set of rules to the public last Thursday.
Yeah. Can you tell me, Deputy Crowder, then, when you say that 105A is read before 105B, then you're putting weight on the all that's in A, and less weight or no weight on the all that's in B.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I don't know if I would categorize it that way. We do within the rules look at the criteria within subsection B first before we look at the criteria within subsection A second. However, as we were drafting this, the fiduciary component that's in subsection A was a major driver of how these rules are crafted, as well as the directive within the Constitution that states that the board is to realize the largest possible proceeds. So all of that put together told us that we do need to give folks who are eligible for a preference, as described in the statute, some extra movement that other folks who aren't eligible for that preference wouldn't be afforded. And that would be, in our mind, to move forward in a secondary bidding process. But I don't believe, or as we were crafting the draft rules, that preference was intended to be above the fiduciary requirement that this office holds, as well as the board. And so we wanted to give that preference, allow for a secondary bidding option, allow for those guys to come in with a good, responsible bid, and have that done in any manner that the director deemed necessary based on the situation and circumstance of a particular piece of land, but that the beneficiary should always be the ultimate winner in these situations as far as monetary return and sustainability.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the problem that I had with the way it's set up, where you have someone that supposedly has a preferential standing under B, if they were the highest bidder in the original round, they would be subject to not being a highest bidder in a subsequent round, where if you had two people who neither had a preferential treatment in the initial round, the highest bidder would receive the lease. So this actually gives a negative, that scenario actually gives a negative connotation to the word preferential. It's basically a non-preferential treatment in those circumstances. And I think I have a fix for that, that retains our and even perhaps enhances our fiduciary responsibilities over what the current and the proposed rule changes are.
Just as a question about interpretation, Mr. Treasurer, I don't think having passed the first test, it means that preference isn't still accorded in the second test. Is that, do I understand you to, basically, I think what you're saying is if I have a preference and somebody else contests that lease, then automatically I'm at a deficit in that second round. Is that your interpretation?
No, Mr. Chairman, what I'm saying is that if you would be better off not to disclose that you have adjoining land in the first instance, because if you were the high bidder in the first instance and you had a preference, you would be subject to an additional round. But if you weren't someone who had a preference and on vacant land and you were the high bidder, you would be awarded the lease. But if you have a preference and you're the high bidder in the first round, you're automatically subject to another round. And that, Mr. Chairman, is not a preference.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Mr. Crowder, any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I do believe there to be bad actors in this state. Well, probably not very many. I'd just point out that the rules state that the director will determine if the applicant qualifies for the preference, and we wouldn't rely on the representations of the applicant.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I think that's a straw horse from the standpoint that it's not really I guess, a reason to treat someone who has a preference as if they're a second-class bidder.
And I appreciate that. I guess one of the concerns I have, Mr. Treasurer, is that there are so many different sets of circumstances attending state lands and their leasing, and there are so many different ways that vacant land can come to be. If somebody misses their payment, things like that. And so long traditional not occupancy, but long tradition of using a particular state lease to, let's say, access your BLM land. And it's and I can sort of cite a couple of places where people have facilities on state land like a corral, so they can drop their cows off there and then access that. And then we have other situations where you know, it's clearly a contest with people that both adjoin. I had experience in one of those circumstances. And so I'm trying to figure out how we can do the best way to balance all of this. And I think your point is a really good one.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that if you permit me, I went through 4 circumstances, I think that I guess give us a way to have a preferential treatment in B, at the same time enhancing the benefit to the beneficiaries of A. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So Mr. Chairman, the first one that I think we look at is that where you have a circumstance where the parties, none of them have a preferential right. And you have a sealed bid, and those are, that's the first round. It goes to the office of OSLI. They open the bids, and there's clearly a highest bidder, and that highest bidder would receive the lease. That's pretty cut and dry.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have another one where there is one preferential party, and they are the high bidder in the first round. And again, that's the first round. They're the highest bidder. There's only one preferential party. Preference really doesn't take any precedence at all in this. They should have the same status as anybody else. They're the highest bidder in the first round. They get the lease.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other circumstances were the preferential bidder. They're not the highest bidder. And this is where you recognize the preference. And this is where you get a higher amount of benefit to the beneficiaries, that in the second round, you have an open bidding facilitated by the OSLI. And I think with the technology now, and they have it within their office, that can be done as a internet process, and incrementally, that increment can be derived by the OSLI. It could be, like a dollar an animal unit, and they have to bid up by that much if they're going to come on board and hope to do that. But essentially, you have an open bidding process, which would drive that up. And then you have a situation where there's more than one preferential bidder. In that circumstance, Mr. Chairman, that you have to protect both preferential bidders. In that case, you automatically go to a second round, irregardless of who's the high bid, whether it was a preferential bidder or whether or not it was someone that had no preference. And again, that's facilitated the same way by the OSLI. So in those 4 circumstances that I see, the only thing that I don't put in here, which I think that the OSLI does now is the tie bids, and then they go back to the individual circumstances, and they make that decision within the OSLI. Or you could say no, and when there's a tie bid, you automatically go to a second round.
So I guess, Mr. Treasurer, that you make sense. The one issue we wrestled with before was the word preference versus preferential right.
Right.
And your perception here is that there is still a recognition of the difference, the two.
Yeah, it's different than the preference that we have that's spelled out in the other section of the statutes that is on non-vacant land. And this is land where people are releasing, and essentially you had the first right of refusal, more or less, in those cases where it's been a long time within one operator in that capacity there. We haven't had that much trouble with that. But I think what this would do, if we move the vacant land process to where you're allowing more open bidding in second rounds, then I think the average price of what would be considered the base rate would probably go up, especially if you had a reasonable incremental, standard on how to get into the next round. Because somebody might come in that paid $547 or whatever the bottom is for years, and somebody comes in at, twice that, and then the person that paid the $547 would have to come in $1 an animal unit over that. So that it starts moving up the average, I think, a lot faster than what we have now. And those are, they're not trying to fix that area there. This is the area where we've had a lot of discussion about how do we handle something and basically try to follow the law where the law says all in both circumstances. And I think if you allow this preferential right solely to be a preference to be in an open bidding process, so you're on an even footing, I think you'll drive up the prices, and that's a way to recognize the preference.
So Deputy Crowder, a quick question. If I sell my ranch and part of that is the traditional use of state grazing lands, and those state grazing lands might be considered part of the operation, but at a distance. But if that's sold, is that does not convey directly to the new owner, or does it?
Mr. Chairman, not automatically through the sale. You would need to come to the board with an assignment application and have that assignment to the new owner approved by the board.
So in the case of somebody that had an isolated 640 somewhere, let's say, that had water on it, there is a process for them to preserve the integrity of their ranching operation by doing some assignment.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. As the lessee, they have the ability to move that into somebody else's name or somebody else's ownership through that assignment process in any way they deem necessary.
Okay. Well, other comments?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think this solves part of the big problem that we've had over the last couple of years as to how do we actually recognize the preference in B without essentially, have a total chilling effect on the bidding process, which would happen, I think, if we had a right of first refusal. And it also allows us to, I think that we'll end up getting more for the state, and we'll end up with these folks that are next door and adjoining to the vacant lands, having a better chance of keeping those in their operations because they are next to that, and it's easier for those folks to make a more successful operation with adjoining lands than someone who may have to trail their cattle even a mile. It's just easier operating. It also the problems that you have in these circumstances sometimes is the cost of fencing, because as I understand it, that the state, even though we are a fence out state land is a fenced in proposition. No, it's the other way, is that you can't trespass on state land. So if you had an adjoining piece of property within your operation, it could be totally surrounded by your land, but for some misstep during a process, whether it was a sale or otherwise, that it turned into vacant land, you could be forced with the proposition that you would have to fence that thing in. And that's not cheap. So, but this would allow you the opportunity to determine the market value on that piece, keep it in your property, and keep it in your operation, and not have those extraordinary fencing costs in some areas.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate the fencing cost, but that is not really the primary responsibility for this board.
Yeah. It's just that if you get the bid, you get to protect your livelihood and your ranch.
Yeah. Deputy, what is your view? I guess we're talking about setting rules out. They'll have 45 days of public comment. And then they would have to come back before this board after you and the director had probably reviewed the public comment.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And I would just like to make a comment to the treasurer's suggested changes, and that everything that he described is currently in this process with just one exception. And that one exception is if the person eligible for the preference was the high bidder, then we would just not go to the secondary bidding option and we would grant them the lease. That's just the only change that I see within the existing draft rules from what he stated. And as we've discussed in briefings and in other conversations, it may just be a different perception of how we're looking at the issue.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't necessarily disagree with the deputy. I just wanted to make sure that all of these different areas were in there.
Right.
The one thing that might be different if we added I that just said in ties rather than the office trying to make a determination as to whether one was more worthy than another, that you would just go to a bidding process there. So that's the only area that might be added to it that's different from the perspective, but I haven't heard of any, although there might be any problems with the process that we have of determining who gets the land in ties. But a lot of times when you're at an auction, if you got a tie bid, you still bid. The auctioneer will say, okay, I got your bid first, and maybe you do it by a date stamp or something like that on a envelope, and then the person that didn't get their bid in on time, then they're the ones that have to start up.
Yeah. So, Deputy, do you have a recommended? It sounds like you've looked at the language and or talked to the treasurer. Do you have a recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have anything written now. We anticipated being able to try to insert that into the draft rules during the public comment process. One of the thoughts that we wanted to protect against was causing confusion amongst the public. These draft set of rules have been provided to them in the normal course of board matters to the board. Changing them at the last minute now may cause a little bit of confusion on which draft we're moving forward with in the public comment process. So that was our intent, was to work with the treasurer and have some language prepared to see if we could insert in these rules during that public comment process.
Oh, okay. So, what say other members of the board? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I think I understand what Deputy Director Crowder is saying, but I think the situation that the treasurer has sort of brought to light where a preference bidder is bidding against someone without a preference is punished in essence for having a preference. To me, and just speaking for myself, that goes so against everything in my mind and all the discussions we've been having that I'd prefer to have that. I'm hesitant to cause more confusion, but I really see the value of that having that in the document that's presented, so we don't blow everyone up. by this very new concept of you have a preference and you're the high bidder, but you don't get the lease. And that's kind of where I am. And I know that may be the muddier route to go, but
Well, I think it's a good point. And from my standpoint, I think the rulemaking process allows us a lot of time to really consider, because these are complicated. And Director, I see you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a comment too. I don't disagree with the treasurer's viewpoint or the auditor's viewpoint on exercise of the preference if there's, in the situation that they described. What I'd like to be cautious of, or what I would recommend the board be a little cautious of, is that when drafting the language, make it to the effect that in all these cases, when this is the situation, the board shall award the lease, or the board will award the lease. I think we still have to give the board some discretion based on the specific facts of the situation to maybe make a different choice. And so I would just make that comment. Thank you.
And I think that's a good point. And, there aren't that many places in the Constitution that have specific references to the governor, secretary of state, treasurer, state auditor, and superintendent. I know the treasurer, the superintendent, and the governor have a couple of other citations, but specifically 18.3 really does call out this board as having unique capacities. And so to me, that's an important distinction to make.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, and I want to keep our flexibility, but I want to make sure that we have direction that within the rules that the circumstances that we find being proposed from the Office of OSLI necessarily strikes us as an option that just seems something that in the public comment period is going to really be a lightning rod on these rules. And I don't, I think we see something that's necessarily, I don't know how their language is any more less a shall than the language or the proposal that we have here, because it's, it's like they're essentially saying the shall in the same way, only it's opposite of what seems to be normal.
Yeah. So if I understood, Jason, I thought you said that you had one language change.
Mr. Chairman, I think what I was referencing was the changes that the treasurer had offered are all inside of the existing rules, I believe, with the exception of if you had one preferred applicant who was also the high bid. In our draft rules as written, we would go to a secondary bidding option or opportunity. If we move with the treasurer's changes, then we would just give it to the high bidder or accept him as the winning bidder and move forward with our analysis of him as an applicant.
Right. And I guess, where I was trying to navigate per the auditor's comment and the treasurer's comment was if there is a fairly elegant way of being able to bring that in without trying to go into extensive drafting, which I think is really this is not the right forum to do that, in my opinion. If there's a fairly simple way to do that for the purposes of having noticed rules, that might be valuable.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I'll take a stab and then the much smarter attorneys can correct me. So, and I'm only going to try this once. I know we don't like to draft in public, or it's unwise to do so. So on section 6, C, Romanet 3, in the event one or more applicants qualify for the preference as determined by the director in subsection C Romanet 1 above, the director, what if we just change shall to may? and Mr. Chairman, my reasoning there, and if it doesn't get there, we can start anew, but my reasoning and taking Director Scoggins' advice seriously, because she's correct, is we still want to avoid a situation where we have formulaically forced ourselves into granting a lease to a bad actor who happened to be the highest bidder, you know, or maybe bad actor is a strong word, but and at least would that give us a less sort of inflammatory starting point to produce public comment.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I love the simplicity of that. I worry that if I am a potential bidder and I'm looking at the rules for guidance on what the process looks like, I'm not going to get it from that. I would with a follow-up phone call to the Office of State Lands, but I just wonder if that leaves it just a bit too vague. It still implies exactly what we're trying to steer away from. But it would be great if we could just change one word.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I'm being intentionally vague.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, Superintendent. I think it's a good point, and you know, Deputy Director and Treasurer, it sounds like you all had sort of contemplated a way forward during the comment period. Is that, am I a way forward, i.e. working on language that would make more sense?
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to be, you know, make sure we're in which section would the comment period be? Would it be before we leave this section, or is it at the end of the day, or just when?
Well, I think what's before us is
The comment period during rules.
right, rule making. So we you know, we're not passing rules at this point. We are simply putting out rules for comment as part of the normal rulemaking process. 45 days worth of comments. And I thought I understood the deputy to say that he was contemplating working with you to draft language that would more accurately represent this. And then Mr. I see our attorneys all huddled up. I guess I was. No.
Thinking on the fly, trying to figure out a way to address this in a meaningful way.
Mr. Secretary.
Is it possible that we could almost comment on our own rules so that the public is aware that we're contemplating a change, but we don't have to, they don't wake up the next day and see a whole set of different rules, but so they'll see it coming. We're contemplating it. We gather all the comments, and then when we get to the end, we decide how we want to approve them. I'm just, maybe not, we don't comment on it, but somehow you put something in there that, because we had a board meeting, we looked at the rules. Why can't our thoughts be out there as just like a public comment? Not just like, but kind of like.
For that matter, legislators or anyone else.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I see we have Jim Peters here to answer that very question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the answer is yes, as long as it qualifies as a logical outgrowth of the proposed rules. So as long as there's sufficient notice given to the public, the test is really as long as there's sufficient notice that the public could have anticipated the change to the rules would have resulted. So they would have been on notice at the beginning that they should make their comments on a specific area. There isn't anything precluding the board from commenting or making those changes as long as it is a logical outgrowth. So I don't know that it would necessarily be in the form of a public comment, but I've seen many agencies that during the public comment period, staff notices issues or boards or commission members notice issues and then bring it to the attention. As long as it is a logical outgrowth, those changes can be possible, can be made.
And just to follow up.
Please, Mr.
And
Secretary.
just following on that, my intent is we do it in such a way so that they don't wake up, next week and see that the rules have actually been changed in the body of the rules, but rather just some type of notice that this is what is being considered. So you still have the old set, but they're on notice that this is a natural outgrowth of their meeting on June 3rd. It's not a public comment, but it's a comment or a suggestion that we're considering a change to this, akin to a public comment, but they're not confused. Because what I heard before is from the deputy director is if we went ahead and changed these today, right now the public would wake up and they may not even notice, or they wouldn't understand, or they commented on a set of rules that was in a different form, and then suddenly now they're changed substantially in the body of the rules. So there's got to be a way to tell them what we're thinking, the direction we're kind of going, without throwing them a big curveball.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, one potential way to do that is through the statement of reasons, through the public comment packet. And so in that statement of reasons, the board could articulate what the intent is. And certainly I don't see any prohibition on doing exactly what you would propose. And that way, those thoughts would be out there with the packet initially. And so they wouldn't come in by way of a public comment, but the board could put the public on notice that they're still grappling with one specific issue. And that would be a great way to solicit comments on that specific issue if it was called out in the statement of reasons.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just ask if you have a follow-up.
No.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer.
So where we're at right now, I want to have clarification on that. These are draft rules from the OSLI, or have they been put out there in the course of business as they've already out there for public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, these are sort of the starting point, if you will, that are part of the board matter that has been put on the OSLI website as a board matter to be discussed today. And what we're asking the board to do is to allow us to commence the regular rulemaking process, which would then kick it off based on this set of rules that's in the board's materials.
So you can't really, what you're telling me, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, is that you're not going to change your draft rules with the input of the board. If we gave you input to change your draft rules and repost them on your website today.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that's certainly one thing the board could do, is to direct us to do that. I think part of the issue that the deputy was concerned about is all these different versions floating around, and how's the public going to know or understand, what's the packet, if you will, that we're starting with. And so I think that's part of what we're trying to address. And I think one of the things that the deputy had recommended was perhaps we should start with this. And so we only have one version out there, and then take the public comment. And then, as the secretary was recommending, perhaps we could notice in the rule packet, clarifying the board's concern about, hey, we're looking at this issue was raised in our meeting. And so don't be surprised if you see us considering that after the public comment to make changes to the rule itself.
And Mr. Treasurer, to my thinking, that is probably the best course. And I thought we might have one simple word change that we could highlight that would get the draft closer to what we thought. I think you've identified a vulnerability. And my sense is that if we do, as Mr. Peters recommended, and specifically call out for more view on that certainly gives us latitude to be able to consider final rules language.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a change at this point is appropriate, and understand that, you know, if there's a new draft of rules that goes out for public comment, that could be confusing. But at the same time, it could be confusing if we don't correct the language, or I shouldn't say correct, redraft the language in the direction that this board from the dais seems to be going. You know, I would worry that in the same vein of confusing the public may feel very compelled to comment on this section without having knowledge that this discussion took place on the dais today. And with that, I might just suggest I'm going to synthesize the treasurer and the auditor's words and suggestions and see if this resonates. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Okay, so same section that the auditor was referring to, and same change that the auditor referred to, changing shall to may. And then in the final line, so request a final bid from all of the conflicting applicants, and then insert the treasurer's language, if no preferential party is the highest bidder, in a manner as directed by the director. And I'm not sure if that would cover it. And that's not necessarily new language, but maybe it specifies the may a little bit more.
Mr. Chairman.
Any follow-up on that, Superintendent?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, that does get us to the problem of it fixes the problem that's there from the standpoint that you could have a single highest bidder preferential, but it doesn't necessarily fix the problem where you have more than one preferential bidder and one of them's the highest bidder, and then you don't necessarily protect the preference of the second highest preferential bidder. But we're moving in the right direction. I think that maybe we just something in there. I think that's the change the shall to may, and then just add them all the bullet points in there, and just direct the director to consider, not shall or not may, but consider that these 4 bullet points. And so then we have some wiggle room as a board, and the director has some wiggle room. We don't say they shall, don't say that it's going to be this way, but when making their decisions about whether to have that subsequent bidding process, that they consider these items. So I think that's how you get consideration, but you don't say that it shall be this way. Does that make sense?
It does. Mr. Treasurer, the one thing and Superintendent, I guess the one thing I'm really concerned about is there are so many permutations of these situations. It's not, clear cut. And I don't fully know what the unintended consequences might be. And I know that's why we have public comment. And I, like I said, I think you and the superintendent and the auditor have all raised very good points. I just, from what we're accustomed to in the eastern side of the state to what people might have in the southwestern part of the state, to what's happening with subdivisions and other things, there's just so many permutations on this. It gets really.
I think you say shall consider these included, but not limited to these points.
Right.
And so then you open it up, but you make sure that these are considered.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Um,
Superintendent.
Thank you. I think at this stage of the game where it hasn't gone out to the public for comment, maybe the goal of this board should be to draft language that will compel enough feedback from the public to improve it for the different sections across the state or different geographical areas or different situations. And the original language is substantially different than what we're moving toward. And I would hate to compel public comment on that versus on the direction that we're headed. So I believe that even if we got it closer, that's a step in the right direction as people feel compelled to comment.
And Superintendent, I appreciate that. I guess my real concern is trying to draft in committee. And it seemed to me that there might be two ways. And one is to pull this, table it, work in language. That of course puts us a little bit behind. The other was to take Mr. Peters' recommendation that I think he did in response to the secretary to point out that these are concerns.
Mr. Chairman, if I could interrupt.
Yeah.
Jim's been working on something here while the board has been discussing. If we could maybe take a 10-minute break, I think he's close to perhaps having
Okay.
something that might work here. We wanted to ship it off to Jason to have him take a look too. And perhaps that would be informative to the board.
Okay, that's fine with me, hearing no objection. My biggest concern is I know we all are careful about our language, but I just don't know how well that goes in this kind of format. So we'll take a break, but you said 15 minutes or
10,
so?
15 minutes.
10,
Thank you,
15
Mr.
minutes. Yeah,
Chairman.
thanks.
Appreciate it.
and engaged. So
Mr. Chairman, I think that Jim Peters was able to perhaps helped craft something that'll satisfy the treasurer's concerns, and hopefully we can get this rulemaking kicked off. Ben, would you please put the proposed?
oh, that's true.
Okay, Jim, I'll let you explain, or I would ask you to explain.
Thank you. So what we have on the screen right now is the existing language in black was the same language that was proposed in the draft board matter. And for some reason we have blue and red, but those are the additions of the changes. So I just wanted to walk through what those would look like and then address how that would cover the 5 scenarios. So in subsection Romanet 3, the first sentence, the addition of the language was, and one applicant entitled to the preference is not the high bidder. So that entire sentence covers 3 scenarios. That would cover when there is one person entitled to the preference and they are not the high bidder. That would also cover when there are multiple applicants entitled to a preference. And right now that would cover the tie scenario because we would not have one singular high bidder. We would have a tie. So in those 3 scenarios under Romanet 3, we would move to the either additional sealed bid or live auction component. Before I get to the next scenario, I took the screenshot here of Romanet 2 as well. That covers a scenario where no applicant is entitled to the preference. The last portion is entitled or is intended to cover when one individual or one applicant is entitled to the preference and they are the high bidder. So that proposed language provides if only one applicant qualifies for the preference as determined by the director above, and that applicant is the high bidder, the director shall consider the following. And A, B, and C are the same considerations that are considered above in Romanet 2. The key difference here is the addition of subsection D, which would be the applicant's qualification for a preference above. So while this would be treating that scenario the same as 2 above, but with consideration of the preference. This was the language we thought would still continue to provide the director and the board with the discretion without a shall award language in there to the preference. Happy to answer any questions, thoughts, but this is sort of the draft that I think covers all 5 of the scenarios that were referenced earlier.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer.
I'm just thinking that maybe you say one applicant qualified for the preference rather than entitled to. And I don't know whether or not that's, but I think that qualification is different than entitlement. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay.
And that would be consistent with the qualification language throughout the rest of the rule. So that I would concur.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further comment? I see the auditor reaching.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say thank you to legal staff for working on this because even if there almost certainly are unintended consequences that we may not be thinking about right now, I think it's a very good starting place that I can get a lot more comfortable with.
Yep. Thank you. Mr. Peters. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I think this probably does what we hoped for. So with that, further comment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all we have to do now is rescind the Mosky emergency rules and replace them with this.
Well, anyway, what is our will?
What is our motion?
Members of the board?
We got three options there, right, Mr. Chairman? I think option number one for my money would be to rescind the original authorization and reauthorize to take up anew the regular rulemaking process. And what that does is make a break in the process, and you have a clean break, and you know that was the old, out with the old, in with the new.
Okay. So I'm assuming that is a motion, and this would be the amended rules. I guess those aren't out yet, so they would be just what is now amended in our packet, but this motion would cover that, it looks to me. Is that correct?
Yeah,
In the
Mr.
proposed amended draft rule, I guess we would say, related to chapter 4. Is that correct?
Okay.
All right. So,
Second,
Mr.
Mr.
Treasurer,
Chairman.
that's your motion. I think the superintendent has seconded that. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you all for your work on this.
And Mr. Chairman, really not so much in jest. I don't know what, I guess I'd ask our attorneys that if an emergency rule is rescinded, when and if, what's the what does that basically mean it no longer is applicable? I know we don't have a lease until the board rules on a lease. And I don't know what happens if you rescind a rule in the middle of the process and institute other emergency rules.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, generally, and not, I guess, not with discussing specific scenarios, but emergency rules can be in effect for 120 days, and substantially similar rules may be extended for additional 120 days. Those rules can be rescinded or withdrawn by the agency if they desire to do so, or generally if the emergency ceases. But your question is more to a process, and I have a hard time, I apologize, I have a hard time answering that without getting into a specific scenario that you're contemplating. And I think to the extent there are questions on the specific scenario, those may be more appropriate for executive session.
And Mr. Peters, I guess one of the questions I have there, the matters that those would be are all pretty much matters that are already in legal process at this point. Is that a fair comment?
Correct. Any applications that were solicited or processes started under those emergency rules were under those rules, and it would not relate to these new proposed rules that would be going out for public comment through the regular rulemaking process.
Okay. So members of the board, what is your?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I get in generality, I guess what you're saying is that if an agency or a board rescinds rules that does not stay any action, or that is any non-final action. Now, I can see a final action that rescinding rules would not change the final action, but I didn't know whether or not it would stay any other action that's not final.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, if I'm just may clarify, you're referencing rescinding rules in relation to the alternative. And I just wanted to clarify first that the rescind language was to rescind the rules for the regular rulemaking process and not the emergency rules that were promulgated and adopted by the board, correct?
Right.
But you're asking about the emergency rules?
When
If those were rescinded? They were originally approved by the board on October 1st of 2020. And I believe they went into effect on October 28th of 2020. They were subsequently adopted again. And I apologize, I don't have that date handy, but I can track that down.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need to get into executive session because essentially, what I understand is that rescinding rules that haven't gone to the final action doesn't prohibit us from having final action, even though there's no rules in place for us to follow. Which does make sense to me, but
right.
I think that's what our council told us.
Okay. All right. So with that, are we finished with this matter, I believe?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we are.
Yeah.
So the next item on the agenda is C2, which is to consider proposed rule changes to Chapter 26 of the Land Acquisition and Disposal Rules for the board. And specifically, the proposed changes address voluntary land exchanges and a process to kind of expedite those when appropriate. And I would yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder to discuss these proposed rule changes.
Thank you, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These rules are exactly what the director had mentioned, to provide an efficient and expedited process for a voluntary land exchange. This was an idea that was brought to the office via the legislature a couple of years ago. They had worked a bill to try to provide this authority within statute. Through those discussions and legislative process, we were able to find and tell the legislature that we didn't need additional authority to do this type of a program, and that with the specific process-driven program as they wanted, we would rather have that in rule rather than in statute, something that we could easily change in the future if we needed to. So they allowed us to do that. They didn't pursue the bill back in 2019, and we are now pursuing the rulemaking process to provide that program within Chapter 26. So very quickly, Mr. Chairman, the program is essentially a way for individuals, one single ownership individual that surrounds a parcel of state land, to efficiently and effectively transfer ownership out of that isolated scenario into a scenario where the parcel would have access via a public road, or a public highway, a county road, or something like that. So we're talking about small parcels completely encompassed with one ownership. Within one ownership, they wouldn't be more than 640 acres in size. The way we envision the process, or the way the process is written within the rules, is that the nominator who fits that criteria could nominate it and ask it for it to be done under the voluntary land exchange program. We would find my specific page, sorry. We would develop a price opinion within the office, and that would be a non-negotiable price opinion developed by our internal appraisers. They would do a general analysis of values within the area and provide those values to the nominator. The nominator could accept that price opinion or not. If they did accept that price opinion, we would move forward with our analysis phase. It's important to note that the price opinion or the appraisal process is a time-consuming one, and it's an expensive one. And the costs of that appraisal are borne borne by the nominator. So we're reducing that cost to them, but they're not required to accept our price opinion. It's just if they want to be a part of this program, they would accept that price opinion. If they don't accept it, we could move into the regular appraisal process as we normally do by them selecting the appraiser, and we would ensure that the appraiser was certified via USPAP standards, and we would provide instruction and authorization to that appraiser. And of course, that nominator would be subject to the cost of that appraisal as we move forward. We would go into the analysis phase. We would marry the transaction against our trust land management objectives and ensure that there was a benefit to the state's trust beneficiaries as we normally would. But once we got to the public comment period, we would shorten that down to a statutory minimum of 30 days rather than our normal 60-day public comment process or public comment period. We would also only hold a public hearing if the county commissioners requested one, and that's the statutory minimum as well. Currently, we always hold a public hearing in the county in which the lands lie. We would just reduce that back to the statutory minimum. And once we completed that 30-day public comment process, we would, again, follow normal course. We would provide the board with all of the comments as well as our detailed analysis and a recommendation in an open public meeting, and then it could decide if we move forward with the process or not. So really what we're doing is we're shortening the time period by reducing it from the 60 days to the 30-day public comment period, reducing the need for a public hearing and hopefully administrative burden on the office by not holding a public hearing unless requested by the county commissioners, and reducing the need and cost for the appraisal. And that greatly truncates the amount of time we need to analyze the transaction if we don't go through the appraisal process. Mr. Chairman, that's the process and the program that we've inserted into the rules. There are two other changes that are within these rules. Since we had them opened up, we're attempting to clean up a couple language discrepancies and citations to different sections. But we're also adding two provisions that are important to note, and that is the ability for the director in an acquisition or a disposal to stop the transaction process at any time. If for whatever reason we determine that the transaction is not meeting trust land management objectives, if there's a fatal flaw in the transaction, or if somebody has violated the option to purchase, the agreement to purchase in any way, then the director has the ability to terminate the transaction at that point in time. If the director exercises that ability, we would notify the board via an informational board matter that action had occurred. The way the process currently works, once we start the process, we have to see it to the ultimate end, which means final board consideration. Even if we find a fatal flaw, we have to see the process all the way to the end. The office has taken some criticism from the public by doing that. They've indicated to us that if we recognize that flaw, we should be able to stop. We've told them we can't. This is a way for us just to clean that process up a little bit. Mr. Chairman, that's the rule change very quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Any questions for the Deputy? Yes, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Director Crowder, just a question about the opportunities that the public would have to give input in sort of this expedited and streamlined process. I understand the public comment period would be shortened, and that there are some, I don't want to call them shortcuts, but opportunities for efficiencies in some simpler situations. And I just wonder if you could, I appreciate that, thank you, but could you also just outline quickly, what are the junctures or the points in time where the public does have an opportunity to interject or comment or participate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent. And a great point that I glossed over, that these are supposed to be, I like to say, as Jen states, nothing burgers. They're supposed to be the benefit of the public. They're not any controversy, benefit of the beneficiaries, something that we wouldn't expect to have any public comment on. And we do those somewhat regularly, where we don't receive any comments on transactions. So this is what this process is intended to be, those types of transactions. But more to your question, in a acquisition scenario, and that would be the acquisition, just buying land, or an exchange where we would acquire land as well, we offer that transaction for the board to consider. in an open public session to allow us to move forward in the analysis process. And that would be a point where the public could address the board for a specific transaction, and that wouldn't change. The 30-day public comment period, as you just referenced, and then the final board consideration is done in an open and noticed public hearing as well.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Treasurer.
In this process, do you envision the Office of State Lands contacting any leaseholders within this area so they don't get blindsided as far as what their options are if they have a grazing permit or some other lease, so they understand that transfer to the new owners and what their options are there?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's a very good question. And in our normal course, we do have that lessee notification form and process. This specific set of rules, it's drafted in a way that only the person who completely encompasses that parcel of state land can nominate it. So in the normal situation, anybody can nominate any parcel of state land at any time for a transaction process. In this particular program, only the person who completely encompasses that parcel can nominate it. And we're expecting that to be the grazing lessee or the person who's currently using it, because that would be the access points. I think one of the other provisions that I glossed over is that these parcels are not accessible. Even if they're encompassed, they're not accessible via a county road, a state highway, any kind of public access entitlement. They're not accessible via that way. And since it's just encompassed by one private ownership pattern, they're not adjacent to any federal lands as well. So we're anticipating that guy knows what's going on because he's the one who's nominated.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I looked at that map and there's a highway that runs right through some of those nominated lands. So am I mixing it? Oh, the next one? Okay, that's.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
This is for your isolated 40 in the middle of your hay meadow or something like that.
This isn't for the Forest Service one? Okay, all right, well, we'll get on that when it comes.
All right. Further questions? Further comment? Very good. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that this board or that authorizes the Office of State Lands and Investments to begin the regular rulemaking process with the attached revised draft of amended rules for Chapter 26, Land Acquisition and Disposal.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is D2. We pulled this off. It's to consider grazing and agriculture lease sublease agreements. We pulled this off because if you turn to the board matter D2, you'll see a list of the proposed sublease agreements, and some of them involved Apache. And we were unclear whether you might have a conflict of interest. And so we just thought it would be an opportunity to call that out and have the board address that.
Thank you. I think we've done this before where we can do everything as a consent, but I would, in fact, you could do everything, but I would point out that lease number 2-3533, Apache Foundation, sublessee Barry and Shirley Bauer, 2-3543, 2-3572, 2-3577, all are chunks of ground on which I have some heifers. So I will exempt myself and turn it over to the good secretary.
We're gonna do a consent on the rest of them.
Or you can do you can do as you wish. The wheel is yours.
Superintendent Baylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if I could make a motion to add D2, consider grazing and agricultural lease sublease agreements to the already passed consent list. I bet I can't do that, can I? As I said it out loud, we already voted on a consent list. Okay.
There's nothing to say you can't create it.
Or perhaps you could, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was gonna say, or perhaps you could just move to approve the board matter D2, the sublease agreements as proposed with the director's recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. And Mr. Chairman, I move to approve matter D2, consider grazing lease and agricultural lease sublease agreements.
There's a second by motion by the superintendent, second by the auditor. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, you are much more efficient than I am.
Thanks to the superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, the next item for the board is I2. I think when we spoke, this will be State Forester Bill Crapser. I think there was some question or somebody wanted information on the trust land preservation and enhancement account projects. And so those are I2.
Thank you. Mr. Crapser, I was the one that requested it. I just thought it was an opportunity to talk about trust land preservation account, where it is, what it does, and what you're doing with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This board matter utilizes trust land preservation account money matched by some federal forest health money that we have to do a timber stand improvement project in Hot Springs County. The project is 65 acres of lodgepole pine thinning. We're also working with the Game and Fish on some adjoining aspen stands that they're going to do under a separate contract, some aspen improvement. As I said, the project is 50% funded by the TP&E account, 50% funded by federal dollars. The purpose of the thinning is to improve forest health, improve wildlife habitat, reduce fire danger and fire spread potential to the neighboring 4-H camp. And then from a trust perspective, it greatly increases the growth and long-term value of the timber stand in the area. The lodgepole pine in this particular area, right now, the existing stand is about 1,000 stems per acre, which when you think about that, you could just barely walk through it. The thinning project will reduce that down to about 300 stems per acre. It'll, as I said, reduce the fuel loading, reduce fire potential. It'll also allow the lodgepole pine to what we call release and start growing just like thinning the beans in your garden. We think it's a good project, particularly with being able to leverage the federal funds.
Good. Any questions? We made you sit through this whole meeting just for that. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. And I think the land preservation and enhancement account has done some great stuff. I don't think a lot of people know it's there or what it does. And so I just thank you for talking about it a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
Fire report?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to have the director have to interrupt you again, but I think you have to vote on this board matter before we move to a fire report.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation that subject to funding availability that the board grant approval to expend $14,265 from the trust land preservation and enhancement account for the aforementioned forest value enhancement project.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support?
Second.
Been seconded by Superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. Now you can do a fire report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to sit here and say that it's going to rain all summer and things are looking really rosy from a fire front. The new predictive services report for the next 3 months came out yesterday. June and July, we're looking at normal potential across most of the state. However, the southwestern part of the state, both June and July, are predicted to be above normal fire behavior and fire potential. August, we're looking right now in the predictive services that almost the entire state, except Laramie County, will be above average fire potential and fire behavior. So it's looking like we could have a long summer. If you look at the August forecast, it's not just us, but it's the entire state of Montana, entire state of North Dakota, entire state of Idaho, and most of Washington and Oregon that are expecting above average fire season for the month of August. So it could be a interesting year. As far as our resources, our helicopter will come on June 14th and be available for fire. Our crew is already on, and our single engine air tankers will come on June 21st, based out of Casper, and be available for initial attack around the state. So we're beefed up with as much resources as normal. We're a little short. Last year, as you recall, we didn't have our inmate program. The inmates weren't available because of COVID, and we used our crew supervisors as engine crews. This year, because of changes in DOC's operation, we're only going to have about 15 inmates available. So we'll have one hand crew of inmates, and then the rest of our crew supervisors will be running engines around the state to support the county efforts. Other forestry issues, real quickly, Mr. Chairman, we're about done with Arbor Day season. I appreciate everybody's support of Arbor Days and participation in them. We're moving into field season. We've also been doing for the last several years a lot of landowner field days, trying to get landowners out, talking about living in the wildland urban interface, talking about forest health. We normally, when we have them in a community in an area, we normally have 30 or 40 people show up. We're holding one this week up at Waikola. Because of the Mullen fire last year, everybody's very interested in that. And as of this morning, we had over 150 people registered to be at the landowner field day on Saturday. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I've reported to all of you individually our good neighbor projects that we do with the Forest Service and BLM are moving across the state. We've had a major hiccup up in the Black Hills with the Black Hills National Forest and issues they're facing. And it may encompass their NEPA issues right now, may encompass some of our good neighbor projects also. So we'll see what happens with that, but we're trying to support their efforts to get as much wood out as we can in the Black Hills right now.
And Bill, I was going to say, Christy Noem and I had a long discussion about what we can do together. I've had a subsequent conversation with Tom Vilsack, Secretary Vilsack. I don't know what latitude we have, but if there's any wisdom that you have, I think we're both jointly engaged in that project.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to answer any questions, but that's about where I'm at with fire and forestry.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
I hate to be the questioner that stands between this and adjournment, perhaps, unless there are walk-in items and other items. But Mr. Krebser, I was just wondering if your shop and others across the nation were recipients of any of the COVID relief funds, and or if you anticipate any infrastructure funds from the federal government.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, we, like all other agencies, we dutifully put all infrastructure proposals into the governor's office when they were collecting them. Directly, we're not getting any COVID money from the feds. Mm-hmm. We have seen an increase in state and private dollars from the Forest Service. So we are seeing a few more dollars flowing from that pot of those pots of money.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions? None? All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the last item, we do have one walk-in matter. It's walk-in matter one. It's to consider a proposed land exchange in Albany and Carbon counties with the United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service in the Medicine Bow Route National Forest. And again, I would yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder to explain the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission and Mr. Bump's permission, I will share my screen and share the map that I think you all have in front of you as well. What this is the preliminary analysis or preliminary approval by the board for us to move forward in the analysis phase of a land transaction, as Jim mentioned, between us and the Forest Service, the Medicine Bow National Forest. The idea behind this transaction is to change the ownership pattern from us having isolated parcels within the outer boundary of the forest, isolated parcels that we really can't get to and can't utilize for revenue generating purposes, and move that ownership pattern to the periphery of the forest, something that is adjacent to existing state trust land, something that would increase our ability to have timber harvests, possibly more AUMs for sale, and then also have be able to reach a competitive market and have bids for those resources that would increase revenue back to the state. A large portion of these isolated parcels are isolated just because of where they're at. There's a lot of wilderness areas within this part of the forest, meaning there's not a lot of road access to the parcels. The other way that they're isolated is that topography is extremely rough in some of these areas, and accessing them for anything is difficult, let alone efficient timber harvest. So we've identified these parcels as ripe for exchange. The Forest Service is agreeable to it. This is an exchange that's been initiated by the director, by our office, and not the Forest Service. So they are agreeable to entering into their process, and that's why we're bringing it to you today. There's another driver. You'll notice the light green parcel in the middle of the forest. That's an area where the Water Development Office has identified the West Fork, a reservoir called the West Fork Reservoir, to be placed. They are working through their preliminary analysis and bid letting processes, as well as environmental reviews to place a reservoir on that property. They've been working on this project for quite some time. They've also been working with the Forest Service to place the reservoir on existing Forest Service lands. The Forest Service has a couple ways that they can allow that reservoir to be located there. One is through a straight land disposal to the Water Development Office, and the second is to have a special use lease, a long-term special use lease for the reservoir. Both of those actions do take a very lengthy and in-depth NEPA process, one that they're indicating may go to the level of an environmental impact statement. They also believe that possibly this special use lease route would not be a successful one if the Water Development Office did initiate that action. So what the Water Development Office has approached us, and they've asked possibly we could do an exchange with the Forest Service where we would make that state land instead of Forest Service land, and then place the reservoir on top of state land at that point. And once that was done, or as the construction of the reservoir was ongoing, they would have a lease with us as well and return back an annual payment to the trust beneficiaries. They have indicated that that's not their preferred alternative. They would like for the state to own it. They would like that ease of administrative hurdles to get the reservoir on the ground. But eventually they would like to own it, or possibly Carbon County own it, or possibly some other sponsoring entity own that property. That's where they weren't under the burden of a lease payment to us, so they would acquire the land from the board. Mr. Chairman, this is the very early stages of this thought process, and before we spent too much more time and effort and expense on analyzing it and pursuing it with the Forest Service, we wanted to get the board's blessing to continue that analysis process. So that's why we're in front of you today. It's also important to note that Senator Hicks in the last legislative session did sponsor some funds for the office to do the analysis work on this transaction, on the whole transaction. He was successful in getting $250,000 for us to do not only the appraisal, but the environmental work. And we feel like that is enough money to do the environmental work on the larger land exchange. According to the Forest Service, the land exchange is a relatively easy environmental analysis. However, when you start talking about placing a reservoir on lands that are owned by the Forest Service and may not be in the future, they need to do a deeper dive in there, and the funding that we've received from the legislature won't meet that. However, the Water Development Office has been successful in securing grant funding from the NRCS to do the NEPA work on those lands where the reservoir would be. So we're trying to run parallel processes here where we do our due diligence, the appraisal and NEPA analysis on all of the isolated parcels of state land. And then the Water Development Office through the NRCS funding would do the NEPA analysis on the reservoir parcels, ultimately leading up to an exchange. Mr. Chairman, we haven't dug too far into this transaction because this is in its very early stages and we still need to do the detailed analysis and all of the environmental work that the feds would require us to do. So I don't have much more information for you other than that, but I'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Are there questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Now I'm really sorry I'm standing between now and adjournment, but as I understand, and first of all, Deputy Director, thank you for giving us the opportunity. This is maybe less of a comment, or excuse me, a question and more of a comment, but I can certainly word it as a question if you want. But right down on the Wyoming-Colorado border in the Little Snake River Valley, I count 3 sections right now that are up for disposal. And on the other side of that highway, that's Colorado public land that's available for fishing and hunting. And I know that there are folks that take advantage of both of those opportunities, kind of fish on one side, hunt on the other, or vice versa if you're from Colorado. I was wondering if that's come to your attention at all, and if these particular parcels might be part of that concept of hunting and fishing in 2 different states.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, we haven't analyzed that component yet, but these lands are subject to Chapter 13 of the board's rules, which do allow public recreation on them. That would include hunting and fishing. If they were successful in a land transaction and they became Forest Service owned lands, then they would be managed under the management philosophies as the surrounding adjacent Forest Service.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, Deputy Director, thank you very much for your presentation. Members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that the board approve the resolution approving agreement to initiate the Medicine Bow Route National Forest Exchange.
Thank you. That is, motion has been made. Is there support for the motion?
I'd second that, Mr. Chairman, but I've got a question that I need to ask, I guess.
Okay.
The reservoir there is that one that we've had trouble with some of the water users in there, as far as one guy's got a ditch above and is it, I'm just wondering if that's a different one. I think that one, the one I was thinking about, was right on the Colorado line. This one's off the Colorado line quite a little bit, right?
Deputy, you want to answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, I don't have an answer for that. I'm not aware of the details of the reservoir to that level.
Larry about it and get that, Mr. Chairman, and find out the particulars.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and thank you for your second. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. When we get tired, Madam Director, we're efficient.
Yeah, Yes, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Nobody step up too quick here.
So moved.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.